Give me a second. Okay, we'll give it 30 seconds and wait for people. Whoa, hand in front of the camera as usual. We'll give it 30 seconds, wait for people to arrive. Okay. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. Down and out? Well, that's someone who's homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Someone who perhaps lives rough, on the streets, or in my case, in a field. In a tent in a field nowadays. A little bit of a fuck up in the settings for the stream. Created the live stream earlier, then thought I'd have an hour's nap, turned into 3 hours. It's a good nap. And then it's rain, mate. It's rain. Thought I'd have a nap, turned into a 3-hour nap, and when I wake up and I come to go live, there's no stream. YouTube did the dirty on me again. Absolutely created the stream about 5:30 this afternoon or this evening, however you want to view 5:30. And when I'm sat here, I'm waiting until it's time. I go live, the stream's not there. So that was fun. I just had to throw something together to create the stream again last minute, so I'm 3 or 4 minutes late. My apologies. But myself and YouTube seem to have had a miscommunication again. Okay, people are starting to arrive. Yeah, as you can hear, it is raining, which, that's not a good thing, because my tent is now porous, as I mentioned in the last stream, did I? Maybe not. No, that would have been this week, would it? Or did it rain and it rained in? That's during this week. Oh yeah, I mentioned it on Friday. Yeah. Okay, of course. I have mentioned it in a stream. I thought I had. But yeah, folks, let's have a drink and see where we go from there. Ouch and ouch. Okay, it's too soon to drink that. Let me take the lid off. My coffee is too hot. Too hot is my coffee. Alright, folks. Kind of weekend have we all had? Tech's so dependable, yeah. It's great. I love tech. It's great until it goes wrong. The problem is it goes wrong so bloody often. We can always argue about user error versus the tech. I was tired and falling asleep when I created the stream, but I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to have a 3-hour nap. That's always different. Yeah. Now rain. What the fuck? Look at the size of you. Jesus Christ, have a look at this, folks. Fuck. Hold on. Wow, can you see that? Can you see that fucker? Oh, look at that. What do I do with him? Fucking hell. I got a tarantula in here with me. Fuck off. I do not want him wriggling about and coming for me in the night. I've just knocked him off the wall and onto the floor. Him, possibly her. What time of year do they do the egg thing? It looks big, like it's got a really... Oh, fuck, it has landed on the edge of the bed. Fuck off. Right on the side. Fuck. I don't want a spider bite. I don't want to wake up in the morning with a volcano on the side of my fucking head. That's not good. I don't like spiders. I don't have a particular aversion. I don't have like any kind of phobia. I just don't like them in general. I think we're instinctively perturbed by them. Put it in a jar. I don't have a jar to hand. I tend to collect jars outside on the on the big pine table until I can sterilize them. Boiling water, clean them out. Good evening, Smithy. Hello. It will probably be a slow start. We'll be waiting for people to arrive because of the mix-up that I've had with YouTube. My stream not being there when I come for it. I am 99.9. I sat there and filled in all of the fields, and I clicked the future start ahead time. Then you do have to, there's 2 extra steps at the end where you click next and close or something, and there's close or go live. Even though you've set a future start time, it still puts a go live button for you to accidentally catch and click. But I didn't do that. I did the normal exit. It was there. What I didn't do was promote that stream. And when I've had a nap, slept a little longer than intended. 3 hours nap, folks. And then I've sat here waiting for the stream time to come around. And then when I go in and go to click the button to start, it's not there. That's annoying. Let me see whether I can show her ladyship. Where are you, Bert? Are you not in a good position for talking to the people? Oh, there you are. Here you are. Hold on, then. Just keep your head there a minute, darling. Keep your head there. Let's pimp my Tina. Hold on. Other camera. She is just. You will need a light. She is just down. Here we go. Hello, baby. You talking to the peoples? No? You're gonna say hello to peoples for me? You don't want to? Oh, okay, babe. We got little biddies flying around, or is it dust? I'm not sure. Let's keep you wrapped up then. She is here, folks. She is here. She is with me. Oh, baby. Possibly tired. I've no idea what she did while I slept. I don't know whether she slept or whether she just sat there bored. I have just, while I was making my coffee, I took her for a quick walkies, done the doing, and here we are. But I'm here, but there's not many of you guys. I haven't even clicked the thumbs up myself, and now I can't. That's no good. But yeah, Tina's here. Okay, folks, what kind of weekend have we all had? I've got a couple of fun developments to talk about once we've got some more people here. Is it raining? It is. I don't think it's raining as heavily as it sounds. It's exaggerated. I think it's quite light, heavy drops, if you know what I mean. It's not raining rapidly, but I think they are fairly heavy droplets. I had no clue. I took Tina for a walk, got back, got my coffee, got in, and I thought I could hear a little bit of something, and I thought it was like a moth or something on the other side of the bedroom. Sometimes you get a moth between the bedroom fabric and the actual outer fabric of the tent. That's what I thought it was, but then it gained. It became more apparent it was actually something outside. It was rain. There was no sign of it while I was walking Tina and making my coffee. So no, I don't know. Whoa, it took me a little bit by surprise. Gotta put this lid back on if I'm gonna, otherwise I'll steam my glasses up. Give me a second, let's see how hot the boring sending notice letters usurped. Now you're just putting random words together, mate. What does that mean? Oh, hand in front of the camera. Let's see whether I can't. If I move you further over here, then I can reach for the coffee without being quite so in your face, rather than covering the whole camera. I have my usual tripod ahead of me. which seems to offend some people. I got a bit of flack today. A couple of comments on a recent video, a recent live stream. A couple of comments have come in that I am currently mulling over how to respond to, what tone to take and what action to take. As you know, in general, I'm a free speech advocate. But when people kind of attack me, I'm a fighter, and I mean that in a literal sense, like step in the ring and fight. When people say the wrong thing, I have to take my time and make sure I don't either overreact or counterintuitively. Sometimes I make a point of not reacting, possibly when I should. And so I'm currently mulling my... yeah, someone called me pathetic. Can you believe it? Me? Moi! Pathetic's a really interesting word. It's got two almost opposite meanings. And yeah, that creates uncertainty how to take certain things. But from the tone of the rest of the comment, I don't think it was meant in a good way. So for anyone who doesn't know, pathetic or pathos is the ability to stir emotion in someone else when they see your situation and they kind of feel sorry for you. But also to call someone pathetic is an insult, and to tell them they're doing it wrong and that they're a bad person, kind of thing. And that was the intent of the comments in question. And I will be reacting. The question is what form my reaction takes, and this is what I'm currently pondering. Smithy's off to Barnsley tomorrow, Doncaster Road, if you remember it. I do, because, well, so my village, Darfield, has a Doncaster Road. I'm not sure if it's the same one or not. There's a Sheffield Road and a Doncaster Road. Possibly the same road. So if you go through a place called Darfield, say hello. D-A-R, and then the word field, or one word, at Darfield. Derived from deer. It was a deer field once upon a time. Back in, I think it goes back to Viking times, perhaps. Possibly wrong, I'm not even sure. Certainly goes back before Doomsday and, the Doomsday book. Yeah. Big village. It's big for a village, it is large, Darfield. But yeah. Say hello to Barnsley for me. Oh, boring week, sending notice letters usurped. Okay, mate, I'm with you. Only 3 views, that's unusual. Yeah, I set up the stream 3 hours ago, and when I came to go live, it wasn't there. So I had to just create one from scratch. Haven't had time to notify, haven't had time to do anything. Hopefully things will settle. It might take an hour or so for people to arrive. And, yeah, it's all a bit awkward, isn't it? I should have, if I'd been awake, I would have spotted this. I would have gone into the settings, I would have gone in. Normally I create the stream, and then I come out of that area where you create them, and I go into the actual stream, and it says this, this stream will start in 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever. And then from there I will send out notifications to Twitter and do a post on YouTube. Didn't do any of that because I overslept. I just had a 3-hour nap. So what can you do? Then when I come to go live, the stream's not there. So I'll have to kind of try and re-examine either where I went wrong or where YouTube went wrong. Hopefully this rain stops soon. According to the weather forecast, it's minimal. It's only 0.5 millimetre. A little concerning because my tent leaks like a sieve nowadays. And it is all still concertinaed in. All of the poles are leaning into the centre, creating 4 concaved roof elements where the water sits, and then finds a. It only has to, if there's a puddle of water there, it only has to find one hole or one porous point to start dripping in. So I've got my waterproof. I have my waterproof sheet. My picnic. One of my these are. So this is my original. I've got 2 of these picnic blankets. They're both different colours. This one's a red, white, and black kind of tartan. Is it a tartan or is it just a checkered pattern? I don't know. I got this and I got one that's blue and yellow. These were my originals. These are from before I was homeless. These are things that I had for sitting on the beach or sitting in the park or something. But I got that. If it starts to drip in, I'll put those down out. Keep the bed as dry as I can. I've got a bowl over here somewhere for catching rain. It's actually got a little bit of water in. I don't know whether you can. No, I can't tip it up enough to show you without losing the water. It's actually got a few drops in already. Whoop! It's my hand washing kit. So yesterday, folks, I was approached by a guy, very polite, very nice. He seems a nice bloke. Came into the field and asked, if it would be all right for him to set up in the field. And like I've always said to everybody, it's not my field to say no. I can't say no to somebody. I do my best to inform them of the risks. If you put up a tent and a scene, you'll probably have the police on top of you in next to no time. He went away and it's saying that he'll be back in a few days, perhaps. And he turned up today, just the next day. So he's gone over. He looked. Oh, I can't really. I'm pointing in a direction. You've got no idea the direction. So to the north, I've got a bank of trees, and to the east, I've got a bank of trees that protect me from the wind a lot of the time. A lot of people will set up temporarily in the trees to the north, and he looked yesterday, and he looked at I think 3 spots over there. One of which appeared to be kind of used recently, but with nothing in it. And I've said that I hear someone coughing in the night, and I think one of these areas that he looked at, that he was considering, I think it turns out that the guy's there, but he's got 0 possessions. There's no tent. There's nothing there. The guy must just be literally sleeping rough. I've seen him a few times. Looks like he's wearing a donkey jacket. Like a UK council binman or council worker, road crew or something. So he's come back today, this chap, and he's had a look around, and he's gone into the area that he fancied, and I think the bloke was there, and he's moved on. He looked at the other spots, but then he decided to go more over to the east. Over towards where Joby, my friend Joby, used to have a spot, but the tree that Joby used to be under has fallen over. So good job he wasn't there. But the guy, he came back after. He says he's picked out a spot, he's set up. I don't actually know technically where. I haven't gone looking, but I have a new guest in the field, folks. That'll be interesting. Speaking of Joby, my friend Joby that I was just mentioning came by today, popped by. He has a gizmo, and I think he thinks I might be interested. He has a gizmo. So let me show you this. Let me give this some context. Let's have a look. So this is my e-flow. Sorry, Tina, am I sitting on you, darling? Can you make that out? Currently on 58%. That's because I fucked up again. But I think I'll be okay because tomorrow the weather's gonna be okay again. I put my fridge freezer on this afternoon, and then forgot about it. Sat out nattering, sat outside talking. So I aim at the end of the day to finish in the high 90s on the. This is the overall. This is how charged it is. Here's what's coming in, and here's what's going out. And I always aim to finish the day on about 90%, but it clouded over, and I'd got my fridge freezer running. But anyway, this is my EcoFlow, 12-volt cigarette lighter, car power distribution port, whatever you want to call it. I still call it the cigarette lighter port. And over here, there's a mains port, a 220 volt alternating current outlet. So this is my EcoFlow. This is an EcoFlow River 2, for anyone interested. My friend Joby has just been given an EcoFlow River 3, the next model up. It's about 2/3 the size. Same capabilities, probably with more attached. And so let me explain. My friend Joby mixes in certain circles with some people who are, how would I put this politely? Druggies. Because he's more out there. Joby is, he'll move around, he'll set up camp in different spots. So he bumps into people, mixes with people, whereas I'm here in this field and don't really get to move out of the field much because disabled dog. But he's out there, he moves around. He did a Camino, he did a like pilgrimage basically, although he's not. But he went right down to the south coast, around past Gibraltar, and he was making his way back up the west coast. And then something happened and he had to cut the journey short. So he just cut across the country, the width of the country, came back to Cartagena, and then moved back up this way. Anyway, he knows these people. These people have what they would call a pension from, I'm not sure if it's Sweden or Norway, one of the Scandinavian countries. They're on the disability basically, and they get about 1,800 a month each, and there's a gang of 3 or 4 of them. So they'll go out and he told them about EcoFlows. I told him, he told them. They got the EcoFlow River 3 a while ago. Then they decided they were going to go on their travels, and it was too much to have around. It was too bulky for them. So they gave it to him. And then someone robbed it from him. Another one of their acquaintances decided he was going to take it. So he robbed it from Joby. But the same people went out a few months later and bought another EcoFlow River 3, EcoFlow River 3. They went out and bought another one. They liked it, it was just while they were moving, it was too bulky. So once they were moved and settled, so much money, it doesn't matter to them. What's 250 euros to them when they've got 1,800 each? Then they moved again. It was too big and bulky. They've just given him another one. And he's in the same kind of situation. He moves around a lot. He's kind of settled for now, but he's gonna be on the move, and it doesn't fit in with his travel light. He has a bicycle with the panniers, the 2 bags on, the bag on either side, and a rack. So there's a rack at the back, and then there's a bag either side. So he's kind of got 3 places to put things. So he's got a new it's less than a month old, EcoFlow River 3. A little bit of damage. There are these people, because of their condition, the USB-C port, the middle port, the USB ports, they've kind of knackered the USB-C port already. Not entirely, but it's got a dodgy connection. Sometimes you plug in and it works, sometimes you plug in and it doesn't. Now you see me, now you don't. But of course you can get adapters that you put in the 12-volt socket that will give you multiple USB ports. So we're about to enter a negotiation stage, me and Joby. I think he's on the side of thinking he doesn't have direct use for the EcoFlow. He just wants a small solar panel that you put out and that you can just plug a couple of devices directly in. Maybe one of these fold up, like my old. I got I think a 4-panel fold up solar panel. He wants something like that. and that you just plug in directly during the day, where it doesn't need a big, like my EcoFlow here. So we may be entering a negotiation stage of me acquiring a second EcoFlow. In an ideal world, I would have gone for something like an EcoFlow Delta, like my friend Karen got. See, I tell you people about these things, and everyone's gone out and bought them. Yeah, I've had a number of people contact me and said I got either an EcoFlow or maybe a different brand, but they didn't know that these kind of standalone battery solar generators existed. So quite a few people have gone out and got them on my say-so. So I may get a second EcoFlow, folks. I may get a second EcoFlow. We just have to settle on a number. How much is a 1 month old second-hand EcoFlow River 3 with a broken USB-C port? How much is that worth? Negotiate, folks, negotiate. We shall see. So those are my two main developments, I think, this weekend. The new guy in the field and the old guy from in the field who's popped back and who has a device that I may find useful. I've still got to sort out a new solar panel though, because we've had some good sunny days, and I did hit 50 watts today with the panel, but I could guarantee under normal circumstances I would have hit 80, 90, maybe high 90 watts ordinarily. So I'm operating on a, roughly speaking, 50% capacity with the solar panel at the minute. If I get a second EcoFlow, I definitely want a new a panel, and I keep the old one as a way of charging the second box, the second EcoFlow, if needed, if necessary. Hopefully not necessary too much, but I will be running the fridge freezer, and I have a fan. It's starting to get warm already, folks. It is starting to get very warm through the days inside this tent, without the tarpaulin as shade. So it gets very warm through the day, and the wind blows right through the walls without the tarps on. I think I've mentioned, I believe the tent to be kind of a summer construction. It's intended for summer use mainly. It does have big air vents, but the fabric itself does just let the wind through, or it seems like that to me in the absence of the tarpaulins. And I'm going to have to put a tarp on because of how it's now leaking. If it carries on raining like this for another half an hour, we'll probably start getting drips coming in. You know what? Speaking of that, it might be advisable to put the waterproof sheet on. What I found the other day was, by the time I was alerted to a drip kind of above my head, there were already some kind of damp patches. There'd already been some water coming in for a while that I hadn't noticed because it was dripping onto fabric. It doesn't make that much noise. So okay, that's that done. That's the waterproof sheet put on. I've got a bowl here, and I've got a big bowl down there if needed. It's not supposed to rain heavy. The weather forecast said less than 0.5 millimetre over 2 hours. So let me have a quick look again. Hope you can hear me okay. I'll have a look in chat in a second. Yeah, look, it's going to carry on into the next hour. So from between 11 and 12, 0.01 of a millimetre, so 1/100th of a millimetre. Basically, it's going to stop around 11 o'clock. But it's going to rain for now. Less than 2 millimetres total. Oh, it's going to be way less. Way less. Let me get into chat and have a look. Yeah, there's Smithy asking, where's everyone? Only 3 viewers. It was less than usual. For anyone just arriving, I created the stream earlier. You know, set it up on YouTube. Went to have a nap, woke up 3 hours later. 3 hours, that's some nap. Took the dog for a walk, made a cup of coffee, came in and sat here waiting to start the stream. And then when I go in to start, it's not there. I had to create it on the fly and go live straight away. No setting a future time or date or whatever. Just go live. So there's not much in the way of a description. The usual settings aren't in there. If you go into the description now, you won't find all of the links and the PayPal link. I haven't put the pinned comment with the PayPal donate link. So you know what that means? Somebody new is going to come along and is going to demand that they want to help me and send some money, and there isn't a PayPal link there. So my apologies, but I was doing things on the fly. That was Sign of Nature's. That's Keith's activities for the week. Boring weekend, sending notice letters and being usurped apparently. Smith is off to Barnsley. Do a status notification letter saying you're just solely Anglier and crewman creditor and you're a supreme living executor as per Public Directive 57 4D 4.4. Is Darfield with that big house? I'm not sure. What the hell was that? Oh, okay. So if anyone just joined, I had a huge fucking tarantula fucking looking spider. No, it's not quite. Slight hyperbole. It was a bloody big spider on the wall I've knocked off, and it actually landed on the edge of the bed. And just now, there was movement there, so I was a little bit triggered. But it was, I just had some of that plastic cheese, so-called American cheese or burger cheese. I had 2 or 3 slices of that to just pick at earlier, and one of the plastic wrappers has just fallen on the floor. That was the movement I saw out the corner of my eye, and that's what that was. Is Darfield with, I mean, it's got a few big houses, I'm not sure. Bearing in mind I haven't been there in, how long have I not been there? 1985? We moved in 83 and I went back a year or 18 months later for a visit to see some friends. And I haven't been back since, I don't think. Took a wrong turn on the way to Scarborough one day. No, that's not right. Where were we going? We took a wrong turn on the way to Cleethorpes. And the road that we could have taken to turn off and go to Scarborough, the off turn was closed, and we had to just stay on this road that bent right back around, and we ended up almost on the outskirts of Barnsley, me and my nephew, one day. Not quite sure how that happened. I mean, it's quite a, if you look at, that's quite a tortuous kind of route. But yeah, the road we needed to take was closed, and we were forced into this diversion. You could not get off this fucking road. That was an interesting one. But yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look. Big country house. I'm not sure. I don't remember any single big country house. But, that should piss him off. David, Mr. Schofield. I revert to that because of the school teacher thing. I've told you I had a school teacher with the same name. hello, Camp Delta. Yeah, so that's the other thing that I'm wary of letting more people. I talk like it's my field. But when people come along and ask what the setup is and can they set up and what, like I always stick to the line of it's not for me to say no, but whatever you do, don't stick out like a sore thumb. Don't attract the police. Don't piss the neighbours off, the people who actually live here for real. I don't want the grief. If one of them do something wrong, and then the neighbours call the police and say the man in the field is causing, they're going to come here first, aren't they? I'm the big fuck off 6-man tent. Wasn't 8-man the last one, but I'm the big fucking tent in a field. So if someone calls the police and says the man in the field's upset me, he's done this or that, I'm the one that's going to get it in the neck first, and then I'm going to say no, not me. Maybe you mean the other guy. I don't want the grief. On the other hand, I don't want it to become a tent city, because again, I'll get the grief. If we suddenly had 5 or 6 people here and they were just out in the open, the police are going to come along and try and move everybody on. Even though I know it's a private land and that they've got no actual say, you know, maybe they'll go out of their way to track down the owner and get him to trespassers. Don't want the grief. I've absolutely no idea what I would do or where I would go if I got moved on from here. I literally don't know how to be homeless, despite 3.5 years in now, aren't I? As of Valentine's Day, August the 14th, whatever year it was, 2022? Yeah, that'd be 3.5 years, wouldn't it? Fuck, it's raining more. No sign of any dripping in through the ceiling yet. Or is there? What's that? Why is that sparkling? I think there are some spots appearing on the inner bedroom lining. So what will happen is the water comes through the outer membrane, the actual tent skin, and then the inner lining, the bedroom, the water will sit and run off for a little while, but over time it then starts to pool and drip through. I think there's a couple of speckles appearing in the... I'm not sure. There might just be dust or something that's catching the light on the ceiling that I didn't notice before. We shall see, folks, we shall see. It's exciting, isn't it? Waiting for the water to start pouring through the roof. I have to get myself a tarp this week. A good big one. 10 metres by 8 metres preferably. Cover from ground to ground, lengthways and widthways. Longitudinally and laterally, we might say. Words, folks, words. Start rental equipment company. Yeah. Discounts this time of year for new EcoFlows. To be honest, there's always a discount one way or another. I get a constant. There's an app to control it. You can't. There are settings within it that you can't change with the buttons that are on it. They don't appear on the screen, so you need the app to control certain aspects. And once you're registered with that, part of the app has latest offers continuously. Whether it's Valentine's Day, whether it's spring break or whatever, Christmas, New Year, all the holidays. But there, the EcoFlow River is roughly €250. Like I said, my mate Joby's been given one. It's only a month old. It doesn't quite fit in with his lifestyle. He's tried it. When he got the first one, he gave it a while, and then it got basically stolen from him by friends of friends. Friends. And this one he's tried for a few weeks, and he's considering moving around, and it just doesn't fit in with his minimalist setup. He can't pack it away on his bike quite so easily. But while he was here today with it, I gave him a bit of a charge, gave him a bit of a boost, got it from 40% up to 60 odd, and I think he's hinting at offering it to me, and we just have to decide on terms. At the minute, he owes me a little bit of money. He gave me a part payment today. Apparently, things are picking up a little bit on the busking front, and he gave me a payment towards what he owes. But see, we can offset the rest of what he owes plus some amount in exchange for a second-hand, 1 month old second-hand EcoFlow River 3. I always want to say River 2 because that's what mine is. You hear me when I'm talking about it. I'm struggling to remember to say River 3, or tripping myself up because I start to say River 2. In an ideal world, I'll have to tell him next time, tell them to buy a Delta, EcoFlow Delta. That's the bigger one. The base model has a 1 kilowatt hour storage, and then it goes up from there up towards 2 or maybe even 3 kilowatt hours. If I can talk him into talking them into buying the bigger one, then when they give it away to him, it'll be what I want. I jest, but only just. Let me have a sip, and then I'll get back into chat and see. I'm quite sure I'm a long way behind in chat already. Oh, coffee's at just the right temperature now. It's too hot when I first made it. I made it too close to the start time of the TrampCast. Hello, Marie. Just catch this time of year. Did you ever drive? Could you and Tina get a... No, I'm not a driver, no. When I was doing my license, when I was doing my test... No, I wasn't. That's not right. We got the date for my test. When I was in one of the final lessons, I was in Liverpool, and I was working there. So each week, I worked a few hours in the Lancaster Morecambe area, and then I got on a train and went to Liverpool and did a few days down there, and I was moving backwards and forwards on the train. But I was doing lessons in Liverpool, and we'd gone over this flyover, pulled up at the traffic lights at a crossroads of 2 dual carriageways, and I'm stopped, and I hear some brakes, and I look in the rearview mirror, and I watch as this lorry comes through the back of the little mini metro that we were doing tests in back then. British School of Motoring, little mini metro. We've got the pyramid thing on top, the BSM sign. But I watched the rubber, the seal around the rear window, I watched that bend and twist, and then the glass shattered and embedded. Even though it's safety glass, you know, breaks into the rough little balls, they were embedded in the back of the instructor's head. Not deep, well, not too deep, but he had a cut ear, and he had 3 or 4 bits of glass stuck in the back of his head. Me, not so much. I'd been hit by them, but nothing had embedded. But I failed my driving test for looking at the mirrors too much. I never went back to it. I took a few more lessons after and tried, but no. No, driving didn't happen for me after that. The camper van idea, a lot of people mentioned, but not being a driver, it moved to Gibraltar, no passport needed. Yeah, but then you're stuck in Gibraltar. It's just a rock with some monkeys. What are you gonna do? I jest, but yeah. But then you can't leave Gibraltar. Then you need, if you wanted to like jump on a plane or whatever, you're going through the whole Schengen passport process, the European Electronic Entry System or whatever it's called. Let me scroll back. Oh no, I am where I am. Narrow escape. Yeah, the glass on the back of the head thing. Yeah. It took 3 years. There's like a 3-year deadline for court cases and stuff if you want to get compensation. The lawyers messed about right up. It was the day of the deadline that we reached agreement, and I got a compensation payment. Not very much, but I was only a kid at the time. What was I? I'm not sure. 18, 19? Oh, but I've only told you the part up to the crash, like where I watched the seal break and then the glass. But the lorry that hit us pushed us out into the centre of the fucking crossroads. So we're stopped, our road, but we got pushed out into traffic and hit from both sides. Had to get out of the car through the window. The doors were all bent and twisted and everything. We had to get out of the windows. Yeah, it's quite harrowing, really, when you think. I'm discussing it like it's just one of those tales you tell. You've got to have some stories for the grandkids kind of thing. But no, that was quite a harrowing. And then you go to hospital, and they do the light in your eye for the pupil reaction. I got an okay pupil reaction, but my pupils are different sizes, only off by, is it a half or a one, whatever their minimum. They measure them and they're 4s or 5s. They're different size, which can be a signal that you've got a brainstem injury and that you're dying. But mine just a different. And I could not convince these doctors and nurses. Oh, it's always like that, don't worry. No, it's always like that. No, they're seeing a difference in pupil size and they're wondering if I've got a brainstem injury. Is my brain shutting down? And they start testing the reflexes on your knee and all of that crap just to make sure, because that's the same thing. If your brain's dying, that thing when they do the hammer on your knee and your leg bent shoots up. That's to test that your brain's working. Central nervous system. Marie will know because she's of a medical persuasion. But yeah, so much of my training was for accidents like that. Yeah. You can apparently, if you do have some kind of head trauma or head injury, you can bang it and that's it. You just think nothing of it. But you could be sat there in the hospital with your brain dying, and you don't even know it. So that's why they look for these different, whether they get a reaction, shine the light, and the pupil's supposed to close. So is there a reaction? Are the pupils the same size? Does the banging the knee and having the leg jump, does all that work? Tickle your toes and do you get that? Do you pull away or do you bend in? So some injuries, I think your foot's supposed to pull away when they tickle the arch. And if you pull it, if you push into it, or if you don't do anything, again, it could be a sign of concussions, brain injuries, or brainstem death. Yeah, all of that, all of the above. See, I'm just a guy who watched House. So that's where I got my medical degree. Watching House. Yeah, so much of your training is for addressing accidents like that. Yeah, so I got kept in the hospital about 3 hours longer than otherwise would have been the case, just because of this imbalance in the pupil size. They kept me there a while and made sure that I didn't end up dead. Despite all my protestations that was normal, because of my facial disfigurement as a kid, I'd been in hospitals a lot. I'd quite often got run through all the standard tests. Something metal on your foot, the knee hammer thing, and the shiny light, the blood pressure. I remember once at school, I'd be about 15, and they decided to give everybody some sort of medical test for some reason. So the blood pressure cuff. And I'd had it hundreds, and all these other kids are going wild about, oh, isn't it weird? Oh, my arm went numb, and it was their first time ever having it done, and it's like, for me, it was fucking routine. Every 3 months or so. Anybody new who's wondering what I'm talking about with my facial disfigurement, fucking look at me. No. I had a condition called cherubism. Look it up. You'll find some interesting pictures. You might even find some interesting x-rays with teeth going off in all kinds of directions. Some of those x-rays will be me. At the time, we were the only family that we knew about who had this. Turns out there were others, but there was no internet back then. You had no way of meeting up with each other, no way of finding each other. And yeah, you'll find some interesting pictures. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, we won't. I won't go up on that one. My Elephant Man story. Did get called that, folks. I did get called the Elephant Man. Amongst other things, gerbil was the other one. Basically, oversized jaw, upper and lower, big look to the face. Not as bad as the last that you'll find if you do the search. There is one lady in particular who has promoted the cause and been on TV and things. A particularly extended jaw down, poor lass. Mine was a lot milder. They always said I would grow into my face, and I kind of did, but not quite. So when I was 16, we had some plastic surgery to grind away some bones, try and pretty me up a little bit. Yeah. And then I went back to the sixth form. So this was in the summer between fifth form and sixth form. And I went back, and about 6 months in, this lass turns around and said, "Oh, I thought you were getting your face fixed." Bitch. Out loud in the junior common room. 6 months in, she's just suddenly out of nowhere says, "Oh, I thought you were getting your face fixed." Thank you, Cynthia. Let me finish this coffee, folks. It was the right temperature. I don't want to get in too cold before I get there. I hope you can hear me okay. I know it's the audio because of the rain. Should be stopping any moment now. We've had way over 0.5 millimetre, which was the forecast. Let me drink this and I'll have another look. Quite common, they update the weather forecast after the event. So if it rains for this hour and the weather forecast is for no rain in the next hour, they'll suddenly update the weather forecast to say, "Oh, maybe rain." It's always funny. Oh, a mouth this big looking I miss. Fortunately, I shall shortly be having a hair trim and a beard trim. My friend Karen lands tomorrow. She's gone to bed early tonight. She has to get up at 2 o'clock to set off for the airport for the early morning. Let's have a look if this is updated any. Now it's 0.1 of a millimetre in the next hour rather than 0.01. So 10 times more rain than they'd previously suggested. But nothing too serious. I'll tell you what I could do. I was talking about cherubism, yeah? I will do the search and show you some of the pictures. Give you a horoscope. I don't have fancy interface. I'm not using like OBS. What's that stand for? Open Broadcasting System. Cherubism images. Here we go. Here we go. This lass here. You see the lass? There's the lady in question. She's the main advocate. She's the main person pushing for further research and treatments and things. Obviously mine was not that serious. But it was serious enough that if I walked in a shop as a kid, the girls who were already in the shop would laugh. Well, not just girls, anybody, but I remember the girls because heterosexual male. But I'd get all the comments. Nice legs, shame about the face. Kids bringing the school photos back. Oh no, my mum says we're not going to buy we'll have one of the individual ones, but we won't have the class photo, not with him in it. All the fun, folks, all the fun that kids can give. All the fun. Yeah. Cold cherubs, did you see her eyes were like protruding and pointing upwards? The sclera, the white of the eye. So if I look like that and you see the bottom, the bones are oversized and will push on the eyeball, and some people get bony protrusions from the back, like pushing the eyeball up and kind of out. And looking towards the heavens is where it gets the name cherubism. Cherubs is one of the 7 levels of angel. I think it's 7. These things are usually 7. Like Matey Boy and his Dante and his 7 levels of hell, 7 circles of hell. 7 appears a lot in religious-y things. So you got these different types of angel, different levels of angel. And the eyes looking upwards, even when you're not. You're looking out, but your eyes are pushed up. My brother had to have an operation on the eye socket to take away some bone that was literally protruding into the eyeball or into the orbit, into the eye hole. Mine wasn't. I think mine was worse on the face itself. You get a standing teacher. You get a new teacher, and you boy, spit out that gobstopper or stop chewing sweets. I haven't got any sweets, sir. Don't you lie to me, because I'm sat there, with the face kind of like that. Imagine all the gerbil and chipmunky kind of, all the things about storing food in pouches in your mouth. And you get a new teacher. Come here, come to the front. Open your mouth, lift your tongue. And then he wonders why you can't find the gobstopper or whatever sweet he thinks that I've got in. The whole class is laughing. They've seen this 50 times before. Every time you get a standing teacher. Peripatetic, whatever word you want to use for the student teachers, the stand-ins when your teacher's off ill or pregnant or whatever. Time after you'd think they'd get into the routine of telling them, oh, that kid that's going to be in your class that you think's got a gobstopper in hasn't. But no, they never got that organised. Anyway, let's find a different topic. Let me scroll. That rain sounds like an all-nighter. Hold on. CB radio, them days. We're talking back in the 80s. Hold on. Oh, it's jumped. I see Tommy Tombstone's arrived. Okay, it's the Gibraltar No Passport. I think I'm back. Yeah, camper van. Okay, narrow escape. That's the car crash thing, yeah. Yeah, no, that car crash is quite I don't think I have dreams about it. Does occasionally actually crop up in dreams. Because it said you pushed out into a dual carriageway and then hit from both fucking sides on the way through. The lorry driver fell asleep at the wheel. He woke. He was right behind us when he hit the brake. He even with the brake on full, he careered into us, pushed us out into the, and we got hit. We got hit from right and left. And then you've got the smell of petrol after the car crash. That's a worry. You sat trapped in a car, the doors don't open, the glass is broken, and then there's a smell of petrol. Yeah, that was a fun moment. But we got out of the windows all right. We got out of the windows. Yeah. The doors weren't buckled so bad that the windows wouldn't go down. You could still put the window down and climb out. And people came and helped. Good people. Anyway, that's a throwback. I don't know. How did I get onto that in the first place? Oh, it was the do you drive question, wasn't it? The camper van kind of question. It's raining some more soon for about an hour. It's just petering out here. It's just stopping and well, it's still going, but really light. And the projection is for 0.1 of a millimeter in the next hour, and then that must be it. Must go get the wool drying. Have you got washing out on the line, Tom, or is this a reference to something else? And I'm off. So much of my training was for accidents like that. Yeah, CB radio them days. Before the internet and all of that. Before the internet and okay, 70s and 80s. I remember. Greatest Gary. I see. Does it tell me if I click here? Does it tell me? No, it doesn't. It just gives me your handle. But I think you are greatest, Gary. If I click on like a comment rather than a chat message. Hello, my friend. How is South Africa? South Africa? South Africa. How are we doing? Um, you'll be well into tomorrow by now, won't you? 1 o'clock in the morning there, perhaps? No, you're 1 hour ahead of us. You're 2 hours ahead of GMT. So it'll be midnight now. You're just turning. You're just into tomorrow. You time travelers. Let me get this. I want to get this before it goes too cool, and then I can start on the second one. Oh, I gulped down a load of air with that one. My apologies. I hope you didn't hear that. Rather, oh, rather trashy of me, really. I am more cultured than that, folks. I don't just gulp air and make burpy noises willy-nilly, not ordinarily. It's drinking out of a sippy cup. You know, I'm not a 2-year-old. You know what I mean? Cup with a lid and the slot. I mean, at least it doesn't have the spout, like a proper kid's sippy cup. That's what I call it. Is there a proper name for those kind of cups? You know, you give a kid with a spout, so they can drink. It's kind of halfway between suckling on the and a cup. But nowadays, coffee always has to be with a similar kind of slot in a lid. Yeah, who knows? Not too good. They hijacked my friend's house. Who did what? Is this a? Have I got the terminology? You know, I use all the words. No, is this a black v white thing? Is this where we're going? I know there's a lot of incidents in South Africa. Farmers are being ejected, evicted, sometimes slaughtered. And then people who don't know how to do farming take over. And this is the parallels in history, aren't there? This happened during the Chinese Revolution, the whatever that was called. Also happened in Russia during their one, where the land gets taken away from farmers who are experts at doing what they're doing and gets handed off to just to random individuals who don't know what they're doing, and suddenly the country doesn't have enough food. Back then, that would mean starvation and death. Nowadays, it means having to import more and prices all go up. Beakers, illegal immigrants. He was in Cape Town, came home after a year, and over 70 families on his property. If he's got, so it is a farm then, yeah, a ranch. I don't know what your words would be. Can we post links here? I'm not sure, mate. You can try. I don't think I think mods and I can and moderate. No, I can't post anything. I've got nothing. I could if I powered up the other device. I'm not sure. I think not. But if you give us some keywords or something that'll get us there. Not a mansion in an upper class area. It must be a fucking big one. 70. So the 70 families are not all in the house. They're not in the building. They're on land. It's an estate, if you will. You can search Bryantson Mansion hijacking. I shall do that right now, my friend. Let me get the spelling. Brian with a Y, yeah? Bryantson. I'll have a quick look and we'll educate the peoples about what's happening in South Africa. Apologies for the poor kind of impression of an accent. It's not racism, despite what everybody might say. Bryantson, was it mansion hijacking? Bryantson, well done. Which way round have you typed that the right way round? Because I'm getting a possible correction suggested to me. Bryanson. I'll go with what you've typed. No, they're all going Bryanston. Bryanston, yeah, okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm in images. No, all. Hold on, I will have a look while I'm here. Oh fuck, look at that. Is that it? No, I think that's just. I go all. Okay, this is the 17 Bryanston properties under. Oh no, that's something else maybe. The owner of a hijacked Bryanston mansion is losing patience. That's a video though. I'm not bringing up a video. Lots of cautionary tales from Bryanston. Arrest made. City cracks down on hijacked Bryanston mansion. Arrest made. It sounds like it's not just his. It sounds like a more widespread problem in that area, and maybe the authorities have been slow to act. The mansion on is this your friends? The mansion on Grosvenor Road is believed to house more than 70 families living there unlawfully and paying rent to, presumably not to the owner. So someone hijacks the house and then rents it out to other people, or rents out the property and the land, Grosvenor Road. So it's that one there. Okay. I'll click on that story then and see. EWN Eyewitness News. Okay. Go on. I'll accept your cookies. Register to continue. No. Oh no. Okay. I'll do this later. Fuck off. It's just a one-off. Believed the house was living unlawfully, paying rent to an alleged building hijacker. That's incredible. You hijack the house, live there illegally, and then 70 families paying rent to someone who's not the fucking owner. So does this mean that your friend's got his property back if they're arresting people? Or is it all still ongoing, trying to evict people? Illegal electricity and water connections were identified. So the guy charges 2,000 rand per little shed. Okay, the guy puts little kind of shanty sheds up and then rents them out. I got no idea exchange rates. How much would 2,000 rand be in a currency that I couldn't understand? Why am I asking you? I've got a fucking internet in front of me. Rand to euro or dollar or something that I can understand. Rand to euro, I'll do. Okay. A 20th of a euro, 5 cents for a rand. So 2,000. No, now I've got to do maths. 2,000 times 0.05. I can't do that. I just moved the 3 decimal places. What are you messing about at, lad? 1, 2, 3. That'd be about 100 euros a month. 2,000, would it? Let me. Does this? Yeah, look, it does a conversion. Here, look up. Why am I doing maths when I can type? What is wrong with me? 2,000. I got 100, 103. Yeah, 104 euro. I think I said 100, did I? By the time I did the maths in my head, all I did was shift 3 decimal places and double. I mean, that's how you multiply by 2,000, isn't it? No, he can't have the property back until they're out, but the law officials need to get them out first. Eviction, there's always a court procedure, isn't there? There's always legality. Yeah, you came out at 80, I came out at about 100, but yeah, okay. That's just the hut. So he's 100 per hut, and he's got 70 huts, yeah? And then the house itself has got 10 rooms. Fuck. Well, he's an enterprising chap, isn't he, that did it? Does this end in jail time? or is it a slap on the wrist? Don't do it again and let loose. How strict is your or there? I don't know whether you consider yourself one of them or um. How strict is the law with this? The legal system? Can I ask? Is it? I'm sick of seeing. Seeing people get a slap on the wrist for crimes. Yeah. 6 separate apartments on the property. They've arrested him for fraud. I guess. Well, they won't be paying. The people who are still there, it'll take a while to get them out. He'll be out on bail. Fuck. Well, he's got the money to pay for a lawyer, hasn't he? 70 times 100. I'll use 100 as a round number. So 7 grand in euros, 7,000 euros a month, plus whatever for the rooms in the house. Yeah, I mean the lad can afford a lawyer. Is there a racial element to this? I don't know how to ask that politely without bringing down the YouTube gods. There was a picture of someone in handcuffs. He was a black fella. Is that, would I be right, or is that maybe it wasn't a real picture? Maybe it was maybe it was a random, like a stock image. I'm not sure. Can you say black fella? There's such a I don't know. You tread a line, don't you, nowadays? Just trying to ask info, just trying to clarify a situation. And it's easy to end up being called all the names. You're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist. Yeah, okay, whatever. Those words don't matter anymore, but you still rather not be tarred with that brush. Fuck. There's an element in that phrase. It's like I've been triggered now. I'm off with all the racist kind of terms and phrases, and don't bring no touch of a tar brush. Shut up. Stop it. Almost used my real name there to talk to myself. Yeah, that would have been fun. It's been a while, I think, since I've doxed myself, and it does happen though. I do use my real name when I'm talking to myself sometimes, even online. Let me just check that chat hasn't frozen. I'm going to scroll back and see if I've missed it. Do you know what? I don't even think I was on live chat. Folks, you want to be in chat, and in any live stream, you always want to have chat open, but don't just leave it on the default. The default is called top chat, and it's filtered, and you will miss out on 5 to 10% of posts, of comments, chats, messages, whatever you want to call them. So you want to go into the little option above the chat, and you want to select live chat, all messages are visible, or some similar wording. Don't leave it on the default. The problem is, where do you find new housing for over 200 people? That's left up to them as the homeowner. A big racial element, all foreigners from Malawi. Okay. It's not their fault. They came to the country looking for work and trusted the guy who hijacked the house. All right. So he has a house, and then he advertises over in another country to get them in. Oh, come and work here and live here, and we are all human at the end of the day. Colour it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. But there's an element of, I know, like there's the big thing, isn't there, in South Africa, of kicking the farmers off the land and all of that. Same as what the UK is doing to their citizens. Yeah, inviting people in, letting people settle. Yeah, it's been going on for decades now. if you're attracting people, if they're bringing people in who are looking for work and want to work, that's one thing. In the UK, we've got a more of a criminal element coming in, criminal terrorist in amongst normal people who are looking for a better life. But it's the fact that it's in the UK at least. I can't speak for other countries, but in the UK, it's the fact that we don't check out. We don't know who they are. We don't know whether they're the terrorists, the sex offenders, or the normal people. Just let everybody in. I think that's what's grating with people in the UK. The lack of knowledge of who we're letting in. I say we like I'm there. I haven't been in the UK in 10 years. But yeah, no, there's all countries have got their problems. I know South Africa have got some. It is a what gamers would call a PvP server. So some games are player versus environment. Things are happening in the game and you just have to try and survive or win or do whatever. PvP games, you run around shooting each other. Player versus player. Zimbabwe and those countries have become banana republics. Now you see, you got to be careful with your wording there, haven't you? Cost $1 million Zimbabwean dollars for a loaf of bread. Are we in hyperinflation territory then? I'm assuming that a few years ago wouldn't have been that kind of money. It's a fabric moving. I thought I had movement in the tent. No opportunity. It's either very rich or poverty poor. Very sad. Here comes Keith. My standing in law solves and empower the man woman of the imperial crown. My favourite conspiracy theorist and free man of the land. My standing in law solves and empowers the man woman of the imperial crown. Zimbabwe, they're still part of the Commonwealth, or have they opted out? I'm not sure. I don't even know the status of South Africa. Yeah, I don't know. I remember, God, what year would it have been? The Joshua and Como versus Zimbabwe. What's he called? Little guy. It's a shiny bald head. Very tight, short hair, grey. Is he still there? Was it Mugabe? Mugabe versus Joshua and Como. God, what year would that be? That's got to be like 1980 or something daft. Maybe late 70s. See what I got there before chat. I'm going to put Mugabe versus Nkomo. I don't know how to spell Nkomo. I'll give it my best guess. Nkomo, yeah. What year? 87? No, hold on. That was the post-1980 power struggles. Nkomo led ZANU, no. Okay, ZAPU versus ZANU, those were the two parties. 1980 election, tensions grew, blah, blah, blah. To end the conflict, they merged the parties, and Nkomo became vice president. I don't remember that. I wasn't aware of that. So there was a coalition, and then a merger. And Nkomo fleeing, fearing for his life. That's what I remember. Yeah, I didn't know the parties joining bit. I don't remember him being that big a fella either. That's quite a belly. Memories, folks. Memories. Zimbabwe had a UFO land at a school in 1994. People never believed me. Yeah, there you were. You probably got there with Mugabe before I remembered it. His son just got arrested for attempted murder up the road. Mugabe's, really? Bellarmine Mugabe. Wow. The law of England is worldwide constitutional stuff. Our legal system was, I mean, imposed on a lot of countries because of colonialism. But also, when they were given independence, when you've got a system in place, you tend not to throw everything away and start over. So even America kept a lot of our common law. Yeah, a lot of countries who even like so America, they had their constitution and their Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence, all of those good things. But their law kind of pretty much explicitly states, oh, and for anything not covered here, use that British stuff. Until we've established our own case law and everything, anything not covered, use that. Canada, America, half of Africa, Australia, New Zealand, pretty much all. They write their own headline stuff. But then they say, oh yeah, but underpinning it all, for anything else we haven't covered here, use that as the basis, and we'll figure it out as we go, which is what case law is. Common law is a mixture of judge-made case law and historic. Some things just didn't have to be written. So for a long time, murder wasn't explicitly written down as a law that was illegal. It was just obvious, traditional, historic, archaic, you might even say. It's just, we don't have to write down that thou shalt not kill. There's a book already covered that from 2,000 years ago. We don't need we don't need to be writing that shit down. But eventually they do write it down, and stuff moves on. But yeah, our law is underpinning half the world's law. Half, a third. I mean, we can argue about numbers. Are you counting countries or are you counting people? You fucker. I went to squash a fly and it moved. It jumped away. Which, I don't even know which brightness I'm on here for. Give me a second. Bear with me. That's the bottom. That's the top. Middle. That's the correct setting. Usually. Unless, let me just check this. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, no, it's firmly, it is in and charging. Oh, bearing that with that in mind, down to 41% here. Here I am on 91. I'll wait for that to get to 100 and then I'll charge the phone. The late president passed a few years back. Mugabe, did he? I remember him. There was at a Commonwealth meeting. There was a little bit of stick for the Queen that I think she was sat next to him, and she got a bit of flack about it. But they were in the Commonwealth. They were leaders of their countries. Well, she's was the leader of the Commonwealth. Yeah, they were. What could she do? It's one of those political things, isn't it? I've heard it said that Rhodesia was the breadbasket of Africa. It was one of the more advanced countries, and yeah, but then again they did that thing, didn't they? Kick out Whitey, and have people who don't know how to run farms, and then wonder why you suddenly haven't got as much food as you used to have. It's quite a common story around the world, not necessarily not just in racial lines, but like I said, the Chinese, after whatever the Red Revolution or whatever it was called, Russia, 1912, maybe 11, 12. Oh God, I got to look at me. Once I don't know something, I've got to find the fucking answer, haven't I? I'm gonna go 12, but let me see how close I got. Russian Revolution. 17. Okay, I was off by 5 fucking years. But they did the same thing. That whole, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, excuse me. You take you take the farmland off the large landowners, share it out amongst people who don't know how to farm, give it to the local villagers or whatever, and then wonder why you can't produce food. They also had was it Rasputin getting in the way? No, there was some advisor who was trying to get them to farm in a certain way, believing things would just work out. Yeah, and he was a moron. So it could have been Rasputin, couldn't it? And no, there was a scientist. There was a pseudo scientist guy. It wasn't Rasputin. There was a pseudo scientist guy who was pushing. Oh, what was the story? But yeah, he got in the way, and basically he caused millions of deaths, starvation throughout Russia in the post-revolution era. It's a common thing. It's not just a racial thing. It's not the blacks kicking out whitey. That is an African kind of thing. But it's the poor taking away from what they perceive as the rich because they own lots of land. But if you're going to farm, you need land, don't you? But yeah, China had it, Russia had it. Basically, it happens all over the world. Any revolution gets that similar kind of thing. Probably Cuba had the same. Take the land away from farmers who know what they're doing and split it up, share it out amongst a bunch of povs who don't know what they're doing, and then wonder why you haven't got any food next year. It's a story as old as time, folks. It's a story as old as time. Yeah, to see Zimbabwe fail so spectacular in contrast with famine and only something. Yeah. Friday already, says Mr. S. I believe it's Sunday, almost the weekend. Rhodesia is the old Zimbabwe. It is. Rhodes. He was a guy, wasn't he? There's history there. Isn't Americans come over to Britain and they're Rhodes scholars? Is it the same? Is it from the same root? Is it from the same thing? What is a Rhodes scholar? I bet it is to do. He probably left some kind of legacy to fund something. There's probably a pot of money there that's funding future American presidents and things. Let me look it up because I don't want to mislead you all and talk out my ass. Rhodes scholar. What is one? What is what? What is? I'll just do that. Yeah. What is it? Okay. You want to form a fucking sentence? World's oldest and most prestigious international postgraduate award, established in 1902 to fund the study at the University of Oxford, enables approximately 100 outstanding young leaders from diverse backgrounds. Yeah. Where'd the money come from? Why is it called Rhodes? Is it him? Location, duration, selection. No, history. Where'd the money come from? Notable Scotland wrote Bill Clinton's one I remember, yeah. Astronomer Edwin Hubble. Didn't know that. History, funds. What do I want to ask? Let's. What is it? Can I change it to who is it? Who is it named after? Who? Not what. Who? Who's it named after? Why is it named? It is Cecil Rhodes, okay. Cecil, if you're American, you'll go with Cecil. I know this because a guy that I follow on YouTube goes by Cecil rather than Cecil. It's most perturbing to me. It offends my ear on every time I hear it. Let's have a look. So the Rhodes Scholarship, named after Cecil John Rhodes, 1853 to 1902, which is when the thing was set up, if I just remember back a minute ago. Prime Minister of the Cape Colony in South Africa. Established in his 1902 scholarship. So established. Is there still a pot of money that he funded then? Usually they put a pot of money down and it's the interest that funds, and so the initial pot stays funded by his estate through the Rhodes Trust. So it is. Controversy. Key figure British imperialism in Africa. Yeah. ongoing debates regarding the scholarship, its origins, its name, and its funding. Okay. Mr. S, good evening. Also heard about the UFO incident. Wonder what's at play. When was this UFO thing then? Is it a recent thing or is it an ancient thing? Why are all the police in the UK so young at the moment? Because people with experience and tradition and who understand how policing is supposed to be left. They're leaving in droves. They don't like this woke stuff. They don't want to be the guy that's on the news for knocking on someone's door because you posted something on Facebook. That's embarrassing to them. It's anathema to them. It's against their principles. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the police and policemen and policewomen. We got to have a police service, but some of them who understand how things are supposed to be don't like how things are. And so they all left, the people with experience. And now you've only got the youngsters, the ones who can't get any other job. They're not fit for any other thing. And they're all young, yeah. I'll also make this point. If you see a policeman being interviewed on TV after some major incident, he'll have hair. He'll have a nice, short, tidy haircut. When you see an actual policeman, the ones on the fucking street doing the job, they're skinheads, basically. They'll have either no hair or fucking, stubble. They're basically skinheads. The only policemen that have got hair are the inspectors that get interviewed after the murder. Watch for it. Now I've pointed it out, you will see it fucking everywhere. Policemen are skinheads. And the only ones that aren't are the senior ones who have been interviewed on TV. Now that I've pointed it out, you will see it everywhere. Kids, yeah, indeed. Manchester and Liverpool seem to be a haven of chaos. Charlie Veach, every time he walks around, been banned, yeah. They're all getting banned. Who's the other, the one who travels around from city to city around Europe and around America? The guy who did the Jewish reveal. So in American cities, there are Jewish communities, and they're basically taking over the towns. They take over the school board. So the public schools have got a pot of money, a fund of money, and see, again, I'm going to sound like a racist, conspiracy theorist nutter. So like our friend Keith here. Sorry, Keith. Sign of nature. The guy, I can't remember his name. He went to France and got attacked by all the immigrants because he had his camera out. He went to Italy and got attacked by all the migrants because he had his camera out. All the criminal elements don't like you walking around with a camera. But the guy I'm talking about, whose name I cannot remember, he did a reveal of this town where the Jewish acidic Jews, or what's the other word for the extreme ones? There's a word. I'm not going to get the word. But so they take over like the education board, and there's a pot of money for the public schools, and start spending the money on private Jewish only schools. The fuck? And all of the other people, all of the non-Jews, are complaining that they've been edged out. These guys are all on benefits, and they're having 12 and 16 kids. And it's just the more kids, the more welfare, the more benefits are being paid to them. And they're basically outbreeding. Don't say replacement theory, but they're outbreeding the other people. And the guy who revealed this is now banned from Patreon. He can't make money. Someone will have pointed him out, probably. Canada doesn't exist, not a country. I thought Australia was the joke with not a real place. What with their drop bears and their hoop snakes. Oh, look at that. I am way. I'm going to have to get a move on, folks. Let me go. I've gone back. God, I am so far back. Isn't Canada owned by Britain? Used to be. But then again, everywhere was. America was, wasn't it? Well, the 13 colonies anyway. Canada doesn't exist, not a country. I am so far behind, folks. When I'm here at basically 11:26, and it is now. Oh, that's a lot of comments in just. I'm only quarter of an hour behind. It's just a lot of posts. There's a lot of conversation going on. Lots of kids seem to be enrolling in law enforcement. Yeah, Canada. Oh, where is Canada? Don't start, because Trump wants to own it. Used to be that Britain was seen as the 51st state. Now he wants Canada. He wants Greenland. I almost said Iceland. He wants Greenland. He took over Venezuela, and now he's after Iran. That's politics. I don't really want to go down the politics route. This arm. I see old Fergie got kicked out this weekend, and Andrew. I don't think Andrew's in jail. He got arrested on his birthday, didn't he? I don't think they'll have kept him, but I don't know about Fergie's situation. I've no idea. British company. Love the UK. Used to stay in Bournemouth and Putney. I used to get off the train at Putney for a while. Where was I working then? Was it? Depended which train I got when I was going to Chelsea Harbour. Whether we got off at Fulham Broadway or Putney and then walked. It's a different walk either way. Yeah. The world needs a great reset. It started. The great reset, isn't that the word that that's the World Economic Forum? Isn't that one of their words? Yeah, you've got to be careful with your wording. Are you worried about being in Spain, seeing as they don't want to get involved in the current war? Well, so Spain got involved in, was it the Gulf War? And then they got bombed to shit, didn't they? Explosions all around Madrid. Trains, people, hundreds of people dead. 7/7, was it 7/7 or is that the British one? They have a date and they do the numbers thing. So Spain quickly pulled out of the Afghanistan and Iraq war. They quickly pulled out because they got bombed to shit. Because what can you say? Careful with your wording. Careful with your wording. They've got a couple of African colonies, and if people make it into those cities, I think they're cities, Celta and Meleva, something like that. They're provinces within Morocco, I think. And if you get there, so if no, I won't use those words. If the Africans get into those provinces, they're in Europe, and nobody can stop them just getting on a plane or a boat and coming over, and it's then considered legit. And they do break the fence down every now and again and storm through. And then once they're here, obviously they're all Muslim, and yeah. You've also got the Moors, you've got the Moors Christian thing, that there's history of power changing sides and people of dissent. Yeah. Basically, there is a large Muslim population within Spain, and so when they joined in with those early 2000s campaigns, they quickly got bombed out of them by fifth colonists within the country. If you can put it that way. Gotta be careful with my words. I do say all the words, but you gotta be a little bit, use them sparingly. Don't want to get involved with the war. Yeah, I'm not worried. I mean, I don't think we're seriously within any kind of striking distance of missiles or anything. But it's not that, is it? It's the people who are already here. It's the cells, if you want to call them that. I'm never anywhere except in this field. I'm so unlikely to become targeted unless I say something and become and become a target for my words. But it's not like I'm going to be in the centre of... They have had terrorist things happen in Torrevieja in the past. Burger King got blown up. But that was the separatist movement, Basque country maybe. Basque separatists, maybe back in the 80s or 90s. But I think that's kind of settled now. I think that's all calm. ETA, was it? Yeah. Let me look that up and just confirm that I'm not. So we have had terrorism here, but it wasn't. It wasn't Muslim. It was. Well, Madrid, as we were just discussing in the. No, I clicked the microphone by mistake in the search bar. Torrevieja terrorist. Well, let's have a look at that. I'm going to say 90s, but Torrevieja terrorist. No, not escape room. Torrevieja terrorist bomb. Burger King. Type Burger. I think it's Burger King. Torrevieja bomb. Yeah, okay, we'll just go with that. 2002. Okay, it's a lot more recent than I thought. 9th of August, the Basque separatist organisation ETA placed an explosive in the toilets of a hamburger restaurant. Why are we not naming it? There is one in town called Burger Queen, which obviously is a kind of a pun on the. Why don't we name the restaurant? Oh, and Torrevieja was bombed in 1938 by the Italian fascist. Fuck, I knew nothing about that. That's new to me. Hey? Hold on, where are we? 2002 Torrevieja. Just bear with me, folks. Bear with. I just want to know whether it was. I've got Burger King lodged in my head, and I want to know whether it was. Oh, that's the entire story. It's one. Hamburger restaurant. You're not naming the restaurant. I'm going to stick with Burger King because that's what's in my head, and if it's in my head, it must have got there for a reason. Trust yourself. Go with your instincts. I am a long way back here, folks. Let's. 2020 has awoken a few more, pushing back started. Parliament, courts, feds. Yeah, I think the overreach during COVID, the lockdowns, and the general. I'll tell you that the police here were quite fascistic at that time. Driving around in cars, plain civilian cars with dark tinted windows, like illegally dark windows. If you've ever seen the Spanish police, they are like squaddies. They are like soldiers. They're not donut eating, doughboys like British or American police might be seen to be. They are trained and fucking buff. They're ready to scrap. Even the way that their trousers tuck into their boots is militaristic. Everything about them is, and they're looking for fights, and they like to escalate. And during COVID, they were particularly particular. Beating people up in the street for buying booze. They tried to make a list of what you're allowed to buy, what you're allowed to shop for. They tried to make it essentials only. Tried to get supermarkets to close certain aisles of the shop because those are not essentials. Beating people up in the street because they bought things that weren't on the approved list. It's all well documented. Alicante police literally tried to make a list and the king had to tell them to fuck off. I think it was the king. It could have been Pedro. Was it Pedro at the time or was it the other bloke with the beard? I think it's Pedro. Whoever was prime minister, it was either the king or the prime minister. They also tried to set a limit on how far you could walk your dog. And again, the king had to tell them to fuck off. Or they show you're only out 25 meters from your home. They tried telling some people, you've got a balcony, you don't need to walk your dog. Have it piss and shit on the balcony. As soon as they got power. Here, they were out the day before the lockdown telling people to get home and fuck off home. As soon as they've got a sense of power, they're fucking on it. Yeah. So yeah, that fascistic tendency that we see from governments and from police, a lot of people were surprised at how quickly things devolved. Phone lines encouraging people to grass up on their neighbours if they moved around too much, or if they had people over that they shouldn't have had over. All of that, very un-British, or at least historically. Historically, that would have been deemed... Winston Churchill would have not fucking put up with that shit. Council and police and government phone lines to grass up your neighbour. Just no. But there we were. Oh, if you think your neighbour's having people around who shouldn't be, here's a hotline. Fuck off. That's not what we do. That's not who we are. And yet, it's what we became. People phoning the police because their neighbour's going out and driving around too often. And it turns out like the guy's a doctor or a nurse and he's going to work at the hospital trying to treat people with COVID. But he's got his neighbours grassing him up, trying to get him in trouble, having to prove to the police why he's out of the house so much. That's not who we are. That's not who we want to be. But it's who we became so quickly. All the things that go with that. And the government were there encouraging it. Government, police, local authorities. Here, they apparently each town is divided into health districts. Suddenly you weren't allowed out of your health district. I've told this, you're probably sick of hearing this one. So in the first half of COVID, people were told you're only allowed to go to it was the nearest shop for what you wanted. So it wasn't like you can only go to this supermarket. If you needed hardware supplies or something, you could go to a hardware shop. But you would be stopped and asked where you're going and why you're going there. And okay, you go in the supermarket, you have to go to that supermarket because that's your nearest one. And then later on, oh no, now you're limited to your health district. That supermarket that we've been making you go to all along, because that's the nearest. Ah, yeah, but no, not anymore. That's not in your health district. You have to go to this other, one that's further away, 3 times as far away, but that's in your health district. Different levels of lockdown, different levels of absurdity. Old bloke who never does the shopping. An old lady does the shopping, but she doesn't drive. You see where that goes? He has to drive her to the supermarket. Oh no, 2 people in a car. That's not allowed. Mate, we sleep in the same bed every night. No, go, stop it, or I'll arrest you. The absurdity of a lot of it. So as soon as they were given these powers, yeah, away they fucking go. Hold on. It jumped. My sword is my pen. Pen mightier than the sword, which was my school motto in Darfield at Falston High School. Falston spelt foul stone. Apparently a block of sulphur was found historically. The foul-smelling stone. How far back do I have to scroll to get to the right place? Tyler Oliveira, that was him. Yeah. Is he kicked off YouTube as well now? I don't know. That was indeed the guy with the Jewish... Yeah, you see, if you want to know... Isn't that the old phrase, the old saying? If you want to know who's in control, find out who you can't criticise. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like I'm being racist and... Oh, the Jews are in control. They certainly are in the town he did the fucking video. I mean, there's no doubt in it. 2020 has woken. There we go. Here, I'm back where I was. 23:51 that was posted. 23:31, sorry, and it's now 49. So I'm now 20 minutes behind. I think it's Sunday, or if we jump timelines again. CERN is playing its games. Aren't they upgrading at the minute as well? Getting ready to smash different types of particles together when it gets up to full power. Yeah. Concerned. Yeah. I blame them for the whole Mandela effect. There we go. A connection back to Gary and South Africa. Rhodes University further to the west of Africa. I think you're referring to that. No, I was just referring to the Rhodes Scholars and the fund that he left. But you probably realise that later on when I get caught up. I think the world ended in 2012. What was 2012? Oh, that was the Mayan calendar running out, wasn't it? And Jake Gyllenhaal, was it the movie? Gyllenhaal, however you pronounce it. This all started 1709 and recently 1933. Context, I need context, Keith. Also, the Great Reset happens every 100 or so years. They reckon 80 years, every third generation, we go. So if you look at the American Revolutionary War and then the Civil War, you got that whole thing, haven't you? Hard times create strong men. Strong men, how's it go? Create good times. Good times create weak men, and off you go. Weak men create, yeah. The same with if a self-made man makes himself millions, or nowadays it would be billions. The next, so self-made man starts a business. The next generation, usually a son, takes over that business and builds it, strengthens it. But he brings his kids up to be spoilt brats, and they'll ruin it. And 3 generations, 75, 80 years, and then it all goes to shit. Yeah. It's a recognised phenomenon. 1994, the UFO landing in Zimbabwe. I'm going to look that up after. Thank you. I didn't hear about it. Service announcement, don't forget to click like. Yeah, thumbs ups are always welcome, folks. We got off to a dodgy start because I created the stream, went to sleep, and when I woke up, the stream didn't exist. It wasn't there. It didn't start when it should. I had to spend 5 minutes recreating, which meant that no notifications went out ahead of time. I didn't get to promote it on Twitter and YouTube community kind of messages because I was asleep, and it didn't exist. So thank you, Mr. S, for telling people. Mr. Sharafja, I'm going to go with. My pronunciation will be off. It's a phonetic version of baby giraffe in Dutch, I guess. Accelerated British Act. Oh, Keith, where are you going, mate? Accelerated British Act 1948. 1948 Britain Act. That sounds like Israel. Are you going with Israel? Is this a Jewish thing? I hear Britain, I hear 1948. We were just talking about the Jews in America. I think that's where you're going, but I could be way off, but that would be. Then you get the Sentinels, Special Force Unit. Okay, not aware of them. Knockout Audit, Billy Mort. Oh, is this when we were looking for? Yeah, Tyler Oliveria. That's the bloke. Have you seen the ones where he went to Paris? He's got a camera out and the Eiffel Tower's there, but you've got Abdul running around trying to sell knockoff copies of little statues of the Eiffel Tower. But because he's got a camera, they're attacking him. And it's like, of course we're at the Eiffel Tower. It's a tourist spot. Of course I got a fucking camera. But they don't want their nefarious deeds being videoed. If they're there and they're on benefits, they're not meant to be selling statues of the fucking Eiffel Tower and running a business, are they? And then you've got the one where somebody, the people with the pedal bikes, you sit on the back, I can't remember the word, but they tell you the price, and then 2 of you get on the back and they drive it, and then it turns out in the tiniest of tiny small print that price was per person. So your journey's just cost twice as much as you thought it was. So he was revealing all of that kind of shenanigans. Yeah, and they attacked him. A gang of them attacked him down by the river. Just good videos. Your description of the police in the UK, nothing like the police over here. Well, the police being young, the young thing, so it's the Spanish police that are all fucking super tough and look like soldiers. The British police are chunky doughboys. Dough as in fat, donuts kind of eaters. Now we've got random names being thrown out and I've got no context. Kurt Cass. They've blocked Tyler Oliveria off every platform. I knew his Patreon had gone. The last I heard his YouTube was still there, but it could well be gone. How justify that? What did he say that was wrong? He reported facts. How can facts be racist? I mean, I guess you can put a slant on things. That's a racist word in some countries. Clarkson got into trouble. He looked at a bridge and there was a man with the fucking, the bamboo hat thing, the conical. There's a slope on that bridge. Shush, because now I'm saying all the words again. I will get in trouble one day. He meant that the bridge wasn't level, but slope is also a term for Asian, in certain countries in Asia. I do like Clarkson. I mean, he can be a dick, can't we all? But he's kind of plain straight talking, like the Duke of Edinburgh was. Prince Philip. It's the same kind of sense of humour. I guess I'm a bit similar myself, aren't I? They blocked it. No racism in law. It only exists in the legal world, which is their rules, not mine, Mike. Okay, mate. I was doing Showing the Truth. Yeah, a lot like the young lad. I won't remember his name either. The guy with the Leering Centre. Pointing out in Minnesota, wasn't it? Pointing out the nursery care, child care fraud amongst this. Disconnected. Yeah, the young lad who was pointing out about the Somalian welfare, Somalian youth centres, nurseries, whatever you want to call them. They get jumped on from a great height and called racist. They get called all the names: sexist, racist, transphobe, Nazi, all the words, all the names. I'm proud to have received most of the names myself because I didn't like Star Wars, so obviously I'm a transphobe. Whatever, I don't know how that works. I didn't like Rey as a character, and she didn't have a character. I mean, that was the thing I didn't like about her. But that got me all the words, all the names. You're a sexist, you're racist, you're a transphobe, you're a Nazi. All the words. Jusin Rem, not a quasim person. Okay, so you're a real person, not a legal person or a quasi person. My daughters and wife are there in the Netherlands as well. I need to go back. Remind me, Gary, are you Dutch and working in South Africa, or are you South African and your family have moved to the Netherlands? I can't remember which way around you are, mate. Stuck here for work, yeah. They are close by Apeldoorn. Okay, that's a place. I do like some Dutch words. Stroopwafel. There we go. When I was given one, I was in, where was I in? I was in Kerkrade, down right at the southern end, down by Maastricht somewhere. And I was given a stroopwafel, and I had to clarify whether it had the funny stuff in it. But no, it just means syrup biscuit, syrup waffle. Stroopwafel. Religion is bad for the world. To change my mind. As a devout atheist myself, I could not begin to change your mind. I do get some religious types come around here every now and again trying to save my soul. Usually they are of the Jehovian persuasion, but we've had some of the others as well. They get offended when I tell them, no, I'm heathen scum. I'm polite and nice and we have a chat, but when I call myself heathen scum, they get mortally offended on my behalf. No, don't call this. No, everybody can be saved. God is there for you. And okay, I'm very polite. I don't tell them to fuck off. I don't believe, but I don't debate the religion either. I just tell them it's not for me. I'm more of a scientific persuasion, and and that Genesis loses me. When the first man and woman have a bunch of kids and those kids grow up and marry people, and I'm just instantly like, what the fuck? They do what now? Say what? Say how? Marry who? When? Why? That's literally, we're about 3 paragraphs into Genesis, and I've they don't even call them paragraphs, do they? Anyway, I that's not why you called. Very happy in Holland. I know not all perfect, but my girls can at least ride their bikes at school and play in parks. Here in South Africa, this is impossible. Is it still that bad? And I remember, when would it be? Mandela got out in 1990, didn't he? Possibly January 1990. I remember, like, a few years later, reading that South Africa was like the rape capital of the world. It was very unsafe, in particular. I mean, it's unsafe for everybody, in particular for white people, and in particular for females. You had that belief with HIV or AIDS being rampant, and you had that myth that having sex with a virgin would cure it, and so they were just grabbing any young female, including babies. But let's not go there. But yeah, Holland started the bankers thing. Bankers, Holland, the tulip thing as well. They were the first boom and bust thing as well. Probably bankers involved there in the speculation on the whole tulip thing. Whenever that was, 1700 and something or other, probably. Holland, the system works. You pay tax, you get medical, school, transport. Yeah. Being taxed and then not getting the services back for it is particularly galling, isn't it? It makes you, yeah. The ANC recently stole 114 million rand allocated for education sector. Got split between families in the ruling party. Taxes, theft is Keith, our favourite conspiracy theorist and free man of the land. Sovereign citizen it would be if it was American. Tax has its place. Tax has its place. It is a system of taking money out of your pocket and giving it typically to big business. If it's taken off you and provides, so street lighting, roads, ambulances, hospitals, you know what I mean? That the bins getting emptied, all the things. If it provides and it's value for money, the problem is it's never good value for money. The problem is there are people out there who look to get their hands on, get in charge of that pot of money, and then start directing it to where they want to direct it to. Oh, instead of spending it with this company, spend it with that. Hey, how about a little backhander, a little kickback? Or less galling is when they go and work the revolving door, do they call it? Where the person who's in charge of monitoring that industry then goes and works in that industry after, and he doesn't really work, but he's rewarded for past services. All the things. So tax, we have to have some kind of tax, some kind of shared pot, centralised funds. But it gets overdone, doesn't it? We talked the other week, I think, about how VAT went from 8%, and the politicians were all, I think it was Geoffrey Howe, oh, we're not going to double tax, we're not going to double VAT. And he was true to his word, he didn't double it. It went up from 8% to 15%, which isn't quite double. So he didn't lie. You see, their mouth's moving, so you know you're being lied to, but technically not quite a lie, just an untruth. with a few major issues which have been neglected by politics for decades. Yeah, the problem with elections is the election cycle itself. It forces short-term thinking, short-term planning. Things like railways and large infrastructure projects like that need continuous investment over decades. But the 4 or 5 year cycle, it's not in their interest to make sure that the railways are still there in 20 years' time. They only want to look at the next 4 or 5 years. And that's the problem with politics at the minute. The racist stuff has kicked in, so I'll say good night, good day, wherever you are. Okay, well, nobody intended to be racist, but some things do happen along racial lines, and like the Jewish thing in America. It's not Jews in general. It's a specific city, a specific town, but they have formed an enclave and then used block voting to take over all the council, and then diverting money that's meant for public things to private things. I mean, it's fraud. There's no, and it's been done by a specific group who are of a racial and religious persuasion. We can have the argument about, is being Jewish, is it a race or is it a religion? It's kind of both. But yeah, okay. Some people are unhappy when we get onto those topics. Southern Europe is in range. Yeah, I think someone said that the other day. The odds of missiles or things getting through and coming that far, or crossing over all those other countries before it gets to Spain, seems unlikely. But not impossible, I guess. So this is the amount that was stolen by the whatever party it was that you said, ANC, wasn't it? African National Congress. 475,000 euros or pounds. Yeah, euros, pounds, dollars, they're all roughly the same nowadays. Within 10% of each other, I think. Pockets of politicians and presidents when it should have gone to structure. Yeah, corruption is a difficult problem, yeah. As Mr. S just said there, yeah, well, just. He said it 20. I'm getting further and further behind. Not race, just informing what's going on. Please don't take it personal. I said we're all human except the Archons and the... Oh, okay. The conspiracy theorists against with the greys and the reptiles and all of this. I like it. I'm here for it. I sleep with my Beretta underneath my pillow. Yeah, wow. Do you guys have electric fences in whichever country you're in? Not so much here. Did you see there was a story on that went viral on YouTube the other day? A guy's on a corner plot and the kids get the school bus there and they keep walking over his garden. So he put an electric fence around and all the kids are getting zapped. And he got into trouble for it. But I think he's technically allowed to do it, but I think the problem everyone had was that the notification signs weren't big enough or weren't frequent enough. It was an interesting little tangent. Fraudulent usurpation, I think, would be the better. Usurpation. I don't think there should be an A in it. My sword is my pen. My pen is mightier than the sword. That was the old idiom, proverb, maybe. And it was the badge of my school uniform. My school blazer had a sword broken with a fountain pen in the middle. Electric fences. By South Africa, electric fences on every house to keep the people out. Wow. My sword's my pen. Very powerful. The paper four corners is my court. If a judge doesn't know law, he can do one. The paper four corners. Lost me. 15-minute city. The 15-minute city is an interesting kind of concept. Americans they see it as like a conspiracy theory. In most Britain, Europe, cities occurred gradually at conurbations. Basically, this town, this village and this village got bigger and become one large urban sprawl. But what it means is you had the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, you had a hospital or at least a doctor's surgery or clinic or whatever you want to call it. You had a health centre. And basically a city naturally has everything in every 15 minutes. That's just natural. In America, where you have the city and then you have the sprawling suburbs because of their car culture, you go mile and mile and mile, and you don't have any of these things. You're expected to travel into the city centre or right the other way, right out of town. And so when someone says, "Oh, maybe we should have a health centre here. We should have everything within a 15-minute walk or whatever of where you live," so suddenly that's planning. That's communism. That's central planning, and they get the whole conspiracy theory thing about it all. To me, it just seems sensible that you should have everything within. I'm going to say within walking, not even 15 minutes drive, but within 15 minutes walk. You should be able to get to some kind of health centre. You should be able to get to a pharmacy or chemist, buy what you need. Have a supermarket, a shop, a newsagent or whatever, a little corner shop. All the things. A fish and chip shop, rather than just burger joints everywhere. But you shouldn't have to travel into the city centre or right out of town to some other shopping mall. All the words. I struggle with the words. 15-minute city, yeah. People came together saying, no, what can the higher-ups do? It's a nation against a handful. People don't organise, or do they? People don't organise, they don't campaign, they only have to divide. It's the divide and conquer thing. Judges here are solicitors with over 8 years service, no crown officer here. If everyone said no, it would solve everything. Majority of humanity. Oh God, you're joining Keith, aren't you? You're joining sign. I want to say sound of nature, sign of nature. Enslaved, Rage Against the Machine, Black Sabbath, and War Pigs. There's also a band, isn't there? Rage Against the Machine. Well, it was a woman, and it's Her Against the Machine. I can't remember. 144,000 who are awake, the rest are all asleep. 15-minute city only applies to drivers. Legal traveller. Oh, you got the whole, I'm not driving, I'm just travelling. There's been a few court cases in America with those, and they always lose. They lose bigly. They lose very bigly. I'm not driving. I'm just traveling. Is the distinction? Is driving? Is it a sheep thing? You drive a flock of sheep into town, but only if you've got freedom of the city. Is that where it comes from? I'm traveling, not driving. Yeah, but you're sat behind the wheel of a car. What other word are you going to use? I am going to finish my coffee, folks. I guess this is going to be going cold soon. I got a can of beer here waiting. I haven't opened my beer yet. We're 2.25 hours in. I got this reputation as a raging alky, and you're ruining it, keeping me talking too long. I missed again. And the wet beard, the wet chin. I've got to catch up, folks. I got to get caught up. I thought it applied to one. Maslow's law of hierarchy. Oh, now you're taking me back. Self-actualization at the top. At the bottom is your basic needs: shelter, food, warmth, water. And then you've got some other, I don't remember the intermediates. But yeah, self-actualization, whatever that means, at the top. Was never a big fan of it myself. I mean, yeah, basic needs have to be taken care of. Then you can do other stuff, maybe have some fun, maybe do whatever. And then, yeah, I don't even remember how many, were there 4 or 5 levels in the pyramid? Let's bring it up. Okay, oh, you see, I'm already 25 minutes behind, and now I'm off on one with the old fucking sociology shit. I came across it as management studies, but it's sociology really. Maslow hierarchy. I don't want to type hierarchy, that's too complicated. Here we go. First suggestion. Oh god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. Physiological, so that's your water, sleep, food, shelter, like I just discussed. Safety. Body, security, body, health, family, okay, yeah. Then love and belonging. That's a bit wishy-washy. Esteem, okay, you want to feel important. And then at the top, you've got the whole self-actualization and a description of what that means. Because if you said to most people in the street, self-actualization, nobody knows what the fuck that is. It's wishy-washy bullshit. In my humble opinion as a Barnsley lad. People in Barnsley don't know what self-actualization is. The fuck? I'm not a citizen resident, I'm a supreme living executor, just Solly Angley. And we get a reference to his PD again. I don't remember what that. Public something or other. That's for England and Wales. Or fat bike, says Mr. S out of nowhere. I don't know why. Public directive, that was it. Last updated 2023. I think we need to all. Oh, Gary, you're joining in with. All go to Agartha. I've got no idea. Is that a place? Agartha. What was the place that people told me to go to? The Slab City. Slab City. That's a hippie commune. Former military base. Lots of concrete where buildings have been knocked down and they leave the slabs. Or where some were put down as foundations and never built upon. Somewhere in America. Probably Arizona. Somewhere in the desert. South Africa law is very different to UK law. Here, if you get pulled over, a can of Coca-Cola gets you off the hook. Oh, wow. You got to bribe them. Okay. That was actual movement. It sounded outside. I think I got a mouse running around outside. Hopefully outside and not in. I was supposed to bait the mouse traps. They're not. They're sat there empty at the minute. The bait kind of evaporates or gets eaten by insects. I use either a barbecue sauce or a ketchup. Mayo works. What was the one that worked best? I think it was it a barbecue sauce? When I first got the mouse traps and we killed 6 in one night, and that week where we got another 4 or 5, it was one specific trap. Not sure if it was the position or if it was the bait. I used 2 different baits in 2 different, so 4 traps, 2 each with different bait, and one specific trap just kept getting them. So probably location rather than the bait. But I think it was a barbecue sauce I was using. But definitely something just jumped off something. Hopefully it was outside and not in. We'll see. I didn't plug the phone in, did I? Where am we? 18%. Okay, we better bring some power to bear. That's not right. Let me move the wire. Agartha, I don't know what that is. Hopefully you'll have explained. South Africa law, that's a Coca-Cola. Then we get some references to different bits of legislation and things. I like Star Wars, even the new stuff. Oh, I hated the new trilogy. Oh, the TV series and things that they keep doing. Mandalorian, first 2 seasons, loved it. Luke Skywalker. Oh. And then it went to shit again. They're doing a film. Was it Grogu? Mandalorian and Grogu. Grogu? I don't know. Goo Gaga. That's the wind. Is it? Yeah. It's. Hopefully that's the fabric of the tent rustling in a very slight breeze. I thought it was something rummaging about. Still could be. I've got 2 traps down here that aren't even set. They've had stuff fall on them. They've gone off. They need cleaning and then baiting and putting everything of. Oh, because the rips in the tent are over there. That's where they come in, probably. When I've caught a few recently, it's not been a while. I haven't caught any for about a month. But when I have caught them, they've been over that end of the tent. So I need to put some extra traps down over. Also, I have to be careful and put them where the dog doesn't go. So nothing over here. Maybe down here if there was ever an incident here. But I can't leave them this side of the living room, bedroom, living room, storeroom. I can't have them this side because Tina. I don't want to. They are fucking evil. These traps. I've got to. I can't reach. Can I? I can't reach them without knocking the phone over. But they've got teeth. They're fuck. Woof. I don't want Tina like trying to lick the ketchup or the barbecue. It would chop her tongue off. I put my hand in one once, and I've never got rid of the pain since. I got the heel of my thumb. I got caught in it, and it's tender to this day, and it's been fucking months. They are evil. I like the Star Wars New South, Mr. S. I'll have to make a note of that. What does that make me? It makes you a Raylo, doesn't it? It makes you a Raylo is the name. They portmanteaued Ray and Kylo Ren, wasn't it? And they made them Raylos. And these were people who were so crazy. This was what Star Wars, the new trilogy, did. It created this whole brand, this whole gang, this whole new group of ardent nutters, I'm going to call them, who shipped, if you know what shipped means. You imagine a relationship. That's where the term comes from the ship of relationship. You see, I'm down with the kids. I've got all the lingo, all the words, folks, all the words. They wanted, whatever he's called with the years, Kylo Ren, the actor, Adam Driver. They wanted him and I can't remember her name, the lass that plays Ray. They wanted them to get together in real life. They tried they attacked his wife, trying to split them up. Like attacked physically in real fucking life. Like get yourself security and move out and shit. Trying to force that they were so ardent that these two must be a couple in real life. So the Raylos, these are called, these people who try to force it. Crazies. Fucking crazies. I don't like it, so I'm a Nazi, obviously. I'm a apparently, I only don't like it because it had a woman as the main character. That's what they tell me. So that makes me a sexist, homophobic, transphobic, all the ists and all the phobes. Yeah, right up to Nazi and fascist. Who knew? Fuck. So I accept those terms now, and I just move on with life. All the words, folks, all the words. Liking the see, you're allowed. I mean, everybody likes the original trilogy, which is now the second trilogy, because rewriting history. Does anybody remember when Star Wars, like the first one? Does anyone remember when it was just called Star Wars? It wasn't Episode 4: A New Hope. Oh, I'm off on one, folks. I'm off on one. Don't like rewriting history. Living Supreme Executor. This is our friend Keith. Keith with an F. Wife is Dutch. I'm from Seychelles. Okay. Interesting. Stroopwafel. Yeah. Okay. That's how far back I am. That's, oh, good God. That was at 12:03. That's half an hour ago. Let me get caught up. Was 3CPO leg silver or gold? Wasn't his whole body gold? And it turns out he was built by Darth Vader, wasn't he? You would have thought that Darth Vader might have recognized him. It's built by Anakin when he was a kid. If you watch episode 1, when he's on whatever the planet's called. What's the planet with the 2 moons? The one that Luke Skywalker's from. Yeah, no, don't know. Can't remember. It's a long time ago, isn't it? It is pronounced different. Stroop as in home. Not as in who. Stroop, strope waffle. I see. Oh, as in ooh. Okay, I'm with you. I'll never get the pronunciation. I'm bad with. It was always Luke. I am your father. It's not, is it? When you watch it back, it's not. I got you, Mr. S. I got you. Okay. No, Zuma said you won't contract AIDS if you shower after you have intercourse. Disillusion. Tax should be there to help develop your country's infrastructure, but it is used as the endless pit for financial freedom for the government. Yeah, I had a big rant a while ago about governments and government departments should learn to live within their means. The public sector borrowing requirement, which is the amount that the government overspends and has to borrow, shouldn't exist. You shouldn't get to it's like taken for granted that each and every year you're going to spend more than you've got. What kind of budgeting is that? Learn to live within your fucking budget. Unless something exceptional happens, it shouldn't be taken for granted that we're going to spend hundreds of millions or X number of billions. Oh yeah, no, we'll just borrow that from the banks. Yeah, no, don't worry. We'll be paying it off for 100 years, but it's okay, it's fine. No. Live within your means. The fuck are you doing? Gaia provides all we need. There should be no money. Oh, we see now we go to economics and means of exchange and the the coincidence of needs. I've got a chicken, and I've got a bunch of cauliflowers. I've got multiple cauliflowers. You've got a chicken. In order for us to barter, we have to work out a means of exchange. Well, first we have to have the coincidence. What if you've got the chicken and you don't want my cauliflowers? What are we going to do? So unless you've got that coincidence, unless the guy with the chicken also wants my cauliflowers, and we've still got to set an exchange rate. But what if he doesn't want my beautiful cauliflowers? So money. You do need a means of exchange, and that's one of the main functions of money. It's a store of value, a means of exchange. There are other terms and related phenomena. Economics 101. Anybody? But yeah. International trade becomes difficult without money because my cauliflowers won't last. If I want some spices from India, my cauliflowers will be off before they get there. I don't know why I trust cauliflowers. Keep scrolling, folks. Let me get caught up. Given zapped a few times by been zapped a few times by the electric fence. Lots of fun. Until the current's too high, and then you're dead. Yeah. Next year or this year, facial recognition will determine if you go to the supermarket, city boundaries as per China today. What they call that, the social score thing, yeah. Yeah. One specific app, isn't it, that does everything and keeps track of you, and the government keep a score of whether you're a good boy or girl. Driving equals commercial. Hello, Andy. Was that your first comment as you arrived? It's the first I've seen, I think. Driving equals commercial. Oh, okay, if you're not, okay, you're the 10th like. We're still on 10 folks. Thumbs up if you haven't already. I am just a tramp in a field prattling on about this and that. whatever comes to mind, mainly whatever chat comes up with. Occasionally I've got a topic of conversation of my own. Those are usually the first half hour. Then I run out of things and I just oh yeah, check that you're live, folks. Bottom left hand corner, you want to see a red dot and the word live. Sometimes you join a stream and YouTube puts you at the beginning, and you can be, I'll do it this way around. Here's me moving forwards in time. Here's you trailing along. You make a comment and it's totally out of context because you're an hour behind. Check for the red dot and the word live, bottom left hand corner. Make sure you're up to date. Maybe where the social term traveller derives. People who move around for work or for whatever. Yeah, maybe. You must give the mouse cheese or peanut butter. He will protect your perimeter. He will fucking not. They're little bastards. I've told tales before of how I would be. So I'm leaning on my left side here, folks. It looks like I'm leaning on my right to you because YouTube's incapable of making an app that will reverse the camera. I've said before, and I had one run down the edge of the bed. I don't think that's happened in this tent. I think in the previous one, and in my first ever, in my shelter, the shack that I built out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. That's happened. Little bastard. The dog just sits there. He didn't give a fuck. Speaking of my doggy, for anyone who's arrived late, I guess we'll do a... Are you still here, babe? Where are you? I think you're here. Yeah, I can feel you're warm. Well, you're right under the covers. Okay. Okay, I won't disturb you. Is that the back of your head? Where are you? Oh, you're there. Hello, sweetie. I'll leave her alone. She's just starting to dream. The legs are twitching. So you know she can't walk. Back legs don't work. But in her dreams, she runs. And she's just starting to kick me now. Which I enjoy. Just knowing that at least in her dreams, she can have a good run. I hope she's running towards something nice and not away from something nasty. Yeah, the legs are just twitching. It's my little girl. She's right under the covers, though. I can't show her to you without waking her up, and I'm not going to do that. My little girl. Please don't kill the chap, poor chap. He means no harm. The mouse? No, if they're out there, I mean them no harm. But if they're in amongst my food, they gotta go. They carry diseases, and they gotta go. If you invade my home, I have no mercy. It used to cause me real distress. If you look back at some of my previous videos, taking a life isn't something you do on a whim. But if you don't stop them, they come back, and then they bring their friends with them. And once you've got a few mice running around, it's only a matter of time before you got the rats. You used to have the rats running around camp. That's ended. Well, I'm sure they're out there still in the field, but they're not here in amongst my stuff. I don't have traps big enough for those guys either. Although Temu do sell them. It's like a bigger version of my mouse trap here, but like shoebox size, fucking big. No, if you come in and you start messing with my food, then you're dead. Man, woman, child, or rat, or mouse, you come in and you start messing in my food. Now, a lot of my food's in plastic boxes. I've also got the fridge freezer thing now, the camping fridge freezer. But like this week, I've been so lucky again. I've had 2 deliveries from people bringing food. My friend Mark, who left the other week, who brought me the bottles of booze, his family came and brought 3 bags of food as they were leaving the country. I think I said this on Friday. They said it was what they had left over in the cupboards, but I'm pretty sure they went out and did a shopping trip and got some extras. There's no way that you end up at the end of a holiday with that much food left over. So they came by, and then my friend Adela, a Spanish lady that I know from before I was homeless, um, popped by and brought 2 bags of goodies, including some dog treats, including a bag or 2 of doggy snacks. Yeah, now she might be waking up actually. Are you waking up, babe? Is it okay? Where's my pillows? Is that in your way, sweetie? Hey. 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 Are you okay? Hey, baby. Okay. It's okay. You're only under the sheets. You don't have to fight your way out. It's okay. I'm here, sweet. You're okay. There you go. Just pull that back a bit. I think you're still asleep, aren't you? You're still asleep. You're sleepwalking. Okay, sweet. Okay, now you're awake. Okay. Hey, folks. I got my girl. Hello. Yeah. Until she's been dreaming, she's a bit disorientated, and she's wondering which is real, the dream, or the fact that she's here in bed with this bloke. This is the real world, darling. Yeah. Was it a nice dream? I hope you had a nice dream. If it was a nasty dream, I'm here for you. But I hope it was a nice dream. Daddy's here. I used to hate people who call themselves daddy with their, as if your dog's a kid. But I do it now all the time. Hey, baby. Can I show the peoples? We've got some new people here who weren't here earlier when I showed you off. Yeah? I need my arm back. You're too busy resting on my arm. I can't have my arm back. Just give me a second, sweetie. I'm going to show the peoples. Tina, talk to the peoples. Let's have a look. Oh! I'm lying on my side. I've got to try and turn around while still being on my left side. There's the flash. Okay, babe. Here's my waterproof blanket that I've put on because it was raining. It's gone now, though. Stop now. Hey, baby. Talk to the peoples for me. You're going to talk to the people? Oh, my arm. Rotator cuff and all that. Handcuffs, folks. When you get handcuffed, they injure your shoulders permanently for you. Hey, Tina. You're going to talk to the peoples. You're not happy with the light. Okay, sweetie. There she is anyway, folks. There's my girl. With her collar with her name on the back. I don't know if you can make that out. Probably not. Oh, you can't see it. It's not there. Must have turned around a little bit. Let me bring the camera back. Sorry about the close-up of the face, folks. Let me bring the camera back. Plug back in, otherwise we'll run out of power. And see whether I can't get caught up with chat. That was my girl, though. There she was. 33% of it. And now we're wobbling. Why are we wobbling? There's detritus on the chopping board upon which you sit. Agartha is the inner earth. Okay, that's a new one on me. Passport, driving license are fraudulent, i.e. put to you at the scene of a crime. Maybe make a little city out of boxes for the mice. Then they will reside there and not bother you. I'm in a field, not me. You get mice, don't you? If they stay out there, I'll leave them alone. If they come in here, they're fair game. I was going to eat them. Speaking of game, I got so annoyed. It's about a year ago. I had 3 months. I didn't have the mouse traps at the time. The ones sold at the Chino Bazaar here all explode. The first time they go off, they're just like balsa wood and springs, metal. The first time they go off by accident with nothing in, the forces of the spring pull the staples out of the little bit of wood, and the whole thing just fucking breaks apart. But two friends, Adam and Mel, came around and they bought me 4 of these ones from Temu, however you wish to pronounce it. I say pronounce ironically. I know it's pronounce and pronunciation. I don't understand why they're different. And nowadays, it seems to be a movement to say pronunciation, which is a little bit strange. Offends I find that quite jarring. But I understand why people do it, because I don't understand why one's pronounced and why the other's pronunciation. But there you go. Words, people, words. But they brought me these mice. I had 3 months of the mice running around in my tent. Well, it wasn't really a tent at the time. All the fabric had gone. The roof had gone. The walls were gone. I had the frame and I had tarpaulins over the top, so mice could just walk in, and they did. 3 months they terrorised me, the little bastards. I'd get up and chase one out. If you can hear it scrambling around, get up and chase it out, come back, and as soon as I got back into bed, he's off again, fucking scratching around in the plastic. Little bugs. I had some dog treats that were like fingers in a packet. They nibbled the corner off the packet and pulled the first stick of dog food and ate it. Then they must have come back the next day and manipulated the next. They didn't bite another hole. They manipulated the next stick across to where the hole was. They are clever. I have a fucking admiration for them. But just stay out of my shit. Yeah. Mice. Fabrizio just popped in to say pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chomp, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing, folks. A little city. I think I read it as that anyway, didn't I? Yeah, a little city with boxes. Yeah. Have a good one, everyone, everybody, everywhere. Farmer, it just came in, I think, to hit the like button and to tell everyone else to hit the like button, hit the thumbs up, folks. Why not? It's free. Taking care of a friend from hospital, so I have to be off. Good night. Well, the friend from the other night. Okay, mate. Best wishes. Yeah, speedy recovery and all that to your friend. Ship from maritime. You see, here we go. We always end up with maritime law, don't we? All law spans from maritime law, apparently, according to our conspiracy theorist friend here. And he's not a sailor, therefore maritime law doesn't apply, and all laws can go to hell. He never agreed. He never agreed to be a citizen or to be a subject of Her Majesty or His Majesty, as it now is. He never agreed. He never contracted to it, and therefore laws don't apply. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I'm scrolling. Stroop waffle, strop waffle. China, they base your approval for a loan application how you charge your phone. Really? Don't time travel. I've no red dot. Oh, now I'm lost. You have a blue dot. Oh, the red dot. The. Okay, I know where we're at. The red dot, bottom left, live or not. Yeah, you see, we're behind. There you go. Yeah, if you click the red dot, it brings you up to date. You can either just drag the scrubber, the timeline thing, or you can click the red dot and it brings you bang up to date. How far behind am I? You'll never know. CERN, you've jumped timelines again. Yeah, okay. Red politician. Oh, red or blue politician. Let's not do politics. Very confusing. Now the birds are tweeting and it's 1:36. There you go, mate. It will be for you, won't it? Well, 12 minutes ago it would have been. What have I done? Hello to Mr. S, Gary, Andy, Sign of Nature, Marie, and Delta Force Mike. Marie left. I think we offended her because the topic of race was tangentially touched upon. Maybe I said Abdul. And also we had the Jewish conversation with Tyler Olivieri. I don't know how to say his name. I have a huge ant problem. We do here in the tent, but not quite this time of year. They're not out yet. But yeah, I can't put a loaf of bread down. Like I can't leave it in a shopping bag or whatever. When I come to it the next day, it'll have. They even got into a pack of biscuits. They hollowed out a pack of digestives, little bastards. Yeah. They I think I had a 3-pack of digestive biscuits, and I opened one and I'm eating that. And when I went to the second one, they're in there. They're inside the wrapper, and the structural integrity of the biscuits. The biscuits have all been like half eaten. They're all like crumble. Yeah, no. It was a couple of weeks later, I think that I go to look in the. It was a box with individual packs, and yeah, they were in only in one. That was the weird part. But yeah, they ate my pack of biscuits, little buggers. So we got a lot of ants here. You walk around, you can see there's holes on the floor, not the floor of the tent, but on the ground, and then there'll be a little powdery hill around the hole. If you find a bigger hole, that's mice. And if you find it, I used to pour noxious substances down the holes here to drown them. Basically, my 2-litre bottle of pee. I used to pour it down the mouse holes to get rid of them. Because if you've not been here long enough, they've tunnelled up and into my tents before now. Yeah. Oh, buggers. The admiration, but I can't have them in and amongst my food. That's just not on. Salt to salt the ants. I thought it was a kettle. You need a kettle of hot water. That's the traditional cure for ants. If you leave any food around, the dog gets it. I have that trouble. The other day, so these people brought these 3 bags of food, and there was a cheese wheel open. This is what makes me think. So 12 triangles and 2 layers deep, and they've eaten one slice of one of the triangles. Oh, this is what we've got left over. Fuck off. You've been shopping for me. I appreciate them. I don't know if Mark's watching, but tell them thank you, Mark. Yeah. But the reason I mentioned it, I went out and I was doing something, and when I come back in, Tina's managed to drag herself off the bed. She can drag herself over there to a little water bowl, which is like half a metre off the end of the bed. So she drags herself over there, but then she stuck her head in one of the shopping bags, and she's chowing down on some of my cheese. Weren't you, babe? Can I? Hey, babe. I wasn't doing that. I'm trying to get my pillow back. If I could just have my pillow for a bit of back support. I didn't realise it had wriggled out from under me. Whoa! Steady. That was my hand. You'll hurt me and you. Shall we take this waterproof cover? Take the picnic blanket off now, yeah? Now it's not raining. Because it's a bit messy. It's a bit noisy as well. Here we go, darling. That's better. That's my girl. Are you waking up now? Are you awake? Oh, you're looking around. You're still looking a bit dazed and confused. She does this sometimes, folks. When she wakes up, she's like she's lost. She's not sure whether the dream's real or whether this is real. I'm sure that she looks confused. She's looking around, trying to ascertain what's going on. Tried sealing all the holes they come from, but no luck. Seems they have many. Yeah, ants' nests like mice nests. They have multiple entrances and exits. Yeah. The kettle. It's got a bit. Pour water down there. Pour water down. Okay, people were saying hello to Tina. That'd be when I was showing her off. When I was pimping my girl. She is beautiful, but she knows it. She plays on it. Don't you? Hey? It's a shame though. The back legs don't work, and now the front legs are starting to wobble. So even when I've got the belt around her waist and I've got it wrapped around my arm a couple of times, and I'm carrying the back end, every now and again the front legs, one of the front legs will give way, and I've got to pick her up a bit. Vinegar, spirit vinegar didn't work. I go with urine for the ants, or just hot water. Baby powder. People suggest for the mice. People suggest something with baking powder in it. Supposedly, if you put baking powder and like corn or something, they'll eat that and they'll take the baking powder in, reacts with the stomach acids, and they inflate. Their stomach inflates and pops and kills them. Allegedly. Now Google says that this is a wives' tale, but I don't know. But ants, I don't know what you would do for ants. I just keep them out of the food. They leave me alone, apart from getting in my food. They don't bother me per se, so I don't mind them so much. But if I've got the mouse traps out and I put like barbecue sauce as the bait, it's only it's just a little tub for bait. It's not like you don't put a block of cheese on like the old ones. It is just a little. These things are so snappy. They're so dangerous. You don't put bait in the front. You unscrew a little thing, a little bucket, a little from underneath, bait it and put it back in, so that there's no risk of losing fingers. But if I put that down in summer, there's a trail of ants to the barbecue sauce, or mayo, or whatever, ketchup, whatever I put in it. Yeah, ants. They leave me alone. It's my food that I want to keep them out of. Little boxes, box made of ticky tack. I remember the one. I had to sing that at school once, and I baffled the I asked the obvious question: what the fuck's ticky tack? Teacher had no idea, and of course this was before the internet, so there was no way of finding out. Oh, fuck off. No, missed all 3 times. I am way out of practice. Oh, little fucker. No, missed again. I'm out of practice at grabbing the mozzies. I woke up the other day with like a line of it's one continuous line of bites. Yeah. After a lot of years, supposedly your body stops reacting to them as much, and you don't get the big welts that you get initially. But I can still end up like Worf. I end up some days with multiple lines across my fucking forehead. I told this before. When I just used to sleep out in the field, and so you get a lot more. And I had my bedroll, and I had a tarpaulin around my body, around the body of the bed, but because my head's still outside, and I would get, and in each time I got a bite, let's say the next day I get another bite, all of the lumps and bumps from the previous week would all come up again. I would wake, some days I was like Worf of Star Trek. I had so many fucking lines and bumps on my forehead. Yeah. It's interesting the way that the reaction to one new bite brought all the other ones back again. Weird. So okay, but we got the bicarbonate thing again. Yeah. sticky tape for ants. It could work. The sugar water thing. The problem is you might end up you might end up attracting them rather than just killing the ones that are there. You might be attracting more in. We used to do the sugar water thing for bees and as a kid I got stung by a bee when I was about 4, and I was a little bit paranoid about them afterwards. So we in the garden we'd always have a couple of bowls of sugar water. It, it, it calmed the nerves of a of a kid to see that the bees and wasps were all dead in the corner. The fact that he's probably attracting them in didn't kind of occur to silly 4-year-old me. Distract them so you don't have to kill them. You're a bit sensitive on this killing thing. I mean, with mice and stuff, I was, but I've overcome that. After 3 months of torture with the mice, I'll kill them now. The only time it gets me is if the trap goes off and it's not a clean kill, and the thing's wriggling about in the death throes. I had one a while back, was just caught by the foot. I had to take it out. I had that question of, do I put it on the ground and stomp on it, or do I just release it? Probably died later that day. It probably couldn't get around very well with a broken leg. But I couldn't bring myself to just cold-bloodedly stomp on it. So yeah, I did a flick and I undid the trap and flicked and threw it into the wood pile over yond. Over yond. I do like these old-fashioned phrases, folks. Betwixt and between, over yond, hither and thither. Whilst. Thrice. I think we had this conversation on Friday, so I won't dive off on that again. The worst is when you have a snack at 3 a.m. and you go to get something and then there's millions of them. Oof. Yeah, you put it down on the chair arm or something and yeah, that wouldn't be nice. It's not quite that bad here. You know, I'm in a field, so you do get ants, but they're not like swarming all over my bed or anything, which is where I do most of my eating. Cayenne pepper might help. It's the wrong might, but I get you. What about a certain frequency played? What? Or is this like the brown note or something? Works for flies and mosquitoes. A certain frequency. Or like a high-pitched one of those inaudible to us. Dog whistle kind of thing. Or a more bassy. I'm not sure. There is that one in that you use. Some shops do it with a. It's a frequency that adults can't hear, but children have got more sensitive ears. Tina, what are you hearing, darling? What are you protecting me from? You frighten them away. You can do it. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa! You keep doing that. That's a recent thing. You got something in your ears. I'll give them a clean out tomorrow. We'll get a wet cloth and some soap. Clean your ears out for you. As I reach for her, she shakes her head and kind of smacks my hand. Ultrasonic devices emitting frequencies greater than some number of kilohertz, 20 to 60, marketed to repel ants by disrupting their sensory organs. That's a new one on me, but worth a try. You know, if you're talking about in your house and you probably get them as it's a plug. It goes in the socket and just. Nowadays you probably get rechargeable ones. I don't know. I'm old-fashioned. I hear stuff like that and instantly think, put it in a plug socket. It's permanently attached, but it doesn't have to be that way anymore, does it, folks? I'm just old-fashioned. I'm just old, you know. Look at the white beard. Not as old as I would appear. The hair above the glasses, above the ears, is all normal colour. Does bleach in the sun still. But yeah, only 57, folks. I'm not as ancient as I appear. It's like if you're trying to kill a fly, you always get it from behind or it takes off in reverse. Flies are amazing. That way they do that, where they fly at kind of fucking right angles, and you think that they're flying really, really fast. So when you see one like fly into a window, you think it must hurt itself, but it's flying fast in relation to its body size, but it's not actually. It's you know, it's less than a meter per second, isn't it? They're not as fast as you think you are. It's deceptive because of their small body size. So when they do fly into the window, it doesn't hurt or anything. There's not that much speed, there's not that much mass, and so there's very little momentum overall. But yeah. Oh, am I up to date? Mix bay leaves with cinnamon with some liquid, keeps insects away. A lot of people swear by things like citronella, the volatile liquids, or what's the other word? Essential oils and stuff like that. There's nothing essential about them. They're not essential as in you must have them. It's essence as in, yeah. What do we get here? People giving their ages. The new middle age. Okay, the new 60 is the new 40. Is that what we're saying? I guess it is, folks. I mean, I remember little old ladies when I was a kid, and they must have only been in their 40s. A little lady with a headscarf, you know, Hilda Ogden and so forth. And if you watch those early, if you watch like 70s or 80s Coronation Street back now, she probably would have only been 40. But they were little old lady, and now you see these 70-year-olds are still good looking, and it's like really confusing. Mothballs, naphthalene, something like naphtha, something or other, or lavender. Those old lady smells that you used to get. They used to put them in drawers to keep the moths off the clothes, drawers and wardrobes. Yeah. Cinnamon. What was the bay leaves? Cinnamon. Some liquid. What kind of liquid though? That's the important part. Are you doing an oil? Are you doing just a water? I'm gonna check. My gran always smelt like a church. I've no idea what a church smells like. I've never been in one. Hardly ever. Once a year they used to drag us off to church at school. I don't know why. Harvest festivals were done in the school hall. I don't remember why, but once a year we'd go to church, and we all had no fucking idea why. None of us knew any of the phrases. When they do a call out and you shout something back, it's like pantomime. It's behind you. And of course you all know where Jesus is. He's behind you. We had no fucking clue. Like if ever you go to a wedding and it's a different flavour of church, Catholic churches, and they have more of those shout outs and call outs, and I got no clue. Don't know any of the phrases. I don't even know. See, I'm offending half my audience again. I was so close to hitting 1700. Weren't we on 1699 the other day? Now I look and we're back down to 1695. I do my best to scare people away from clicking that subscribe button, and to make the ones that have clicked it unclick it and unsubscribe. Yeah, I look at my stats, and over the last 30 days, I've gained 5 subscribers, and next week I'll lose those 5. Talcum powder. Oh, this is the ants still. I once forgot what to say when you receive Holy Communion and the priest refused to give me the little wafer thing. The body of Christ, you cannibal. Or non-cannibal if he wouldn't give it to you. Yeah, I don't know any of that. Never had any of that. The wafer, the wine. Wouldn't know what to do if it was offered. Like I said, heathen scum that I am. Let me see whether I still haven't finished this coffee, folks. I haven't opened my beer. We're 3 hours in. I have not opened my beer. What kind of alky am I? Not a very good one. This will set them off, though. Opening my first can of beer at 1 o'clock in the morning, is it? Yeah. Fly paper. The sticky paper stuff. Put that on the floor. You're pushing against me, aren't you? What's happening? Can I give you a cuddle? Can I get a proper cuddle? Let me lift some of it. Oh, you've got a lot of blanket over the top of you. You're wanting to go off the side, aren't you? Are you going off the side? Let's let you... There you go. There you go. Oh, amazing. You need a bit of a push? Or are you okay? You're caught up with your doggy lead. Go on. Give you a bit of a push. Where are you going? Are you wanting water? Is it water? Give me a second, darling. Give me a second. Hold on, folks. Give me a minute. I just got to... I've got to peel back the covers and see if she's after water. She is. She's going for water. Go on, mate. You need a push. Oh, okay. No, it's that. Okay. Oh, you're a bit late. You've left it too late. Let me tell you that. Give us a second, folks. I'm just going to mute. Okay, folks, we're back. She wanted to turn a full 180, go get a drink of water. I think she's emptied the whole bowl. She drank and drank and drank. Then she paused. I thought she was finished. and she went back in and finished it all off. I fed her late today. I've moved her feeding time. Normally, I've moved it from late in the evening to lunchtime, noon roughly. But I forgot to. I was busy today. I had people here. So first of all, we had Joby here for 3 or 4 hours, and then this new bloke, John, and she got forgotten about. I am ashamed to say I didn't feed her, and yeah. So she's had her food late. Now she's had her sleep, and then she's woken up dead thirsty, and she's literally just emptied the bloody bowl, to the point of knocking it over at the end to signify that it's empty. She's clever like that sometimes. Let me scroll back. Talc, okay, using talc powder, but they walk around it. Boiling oil. Priest once said a joke during Christmas service and I was shocked. He asked, why is Santa always so jolly? Why is Santa? Was it, he knows where all the naughty girls live or something? Okay, I saw that as I was coming back. They literally fired him after that. At least it will still be fizzy. Oh, the beer that I haven't opened. Okay, yeah, it's about time I opened it, isn't it? I put my cup back up, have I? Yeah. What's that for? What are you knocking me for? Oh, it was an accident. It will be. I'm going to open it in a minute. Yeah. And he says because he knows where all the naughty girls live. All the old ladies in church just went. Yeah, I can imagine. This has been out so long. It's not cold anymore. I've still got the tripod. I've still got the 3 that are supporting the lamp. I think this is what upsets people. They see 4 beers and it 4 beers. And I get called all the names. There's a naughty, not naughty, but there's a nasty comment on one of the recent videos. I've spent the day mulling over which way to go in responding, whether to respond at all or just leave it and ignore it, whether to fire back angrily, whether to pick apart what they've said, respond to each and every comment, each and every part, because they're just wrong. Talk of excessive drinking and repeated bad behaviour. See, I'm talking about it now, and I'm supposed to be just thinking it over and mulling it over, not pointing it out to everybody. See, I could have just deleted it, and then no one would ever know it was there. I delete it, I could ban them forever from the channel, I could respond angrily, I could pick apart logically each part that they said. All the reactions to my excessive heavy drinking and my repeated bad behaviour. I'm assuming that's saying the words, all the words, but I assume that's what it's in relation to. I can't think of any other bad behaviour I have. What have I done anything wrong? Apart from saying the words, I guess it's that. Cheers, folks. Cheers to those of you that have joined me here on a Sunday night. Sunday night for most of us. There's possibly some people around who are well into Monday morning. And there's possibly people who are still on Sunday afternoon or evening. But yeah, thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. Thumbs up if you would, if you could. Cheers. First drink of the session, isn't it? First drink of the live stream. 3¼ hours in. Why it's wobbling again? Why is it wobbling? I should be able to touch the screen without it all twisting and bending. Stock up. Oh, okay. Stock up away. Okay, this is the war again. World War III as it may become. I don't know what the latest is. With the war. I normally get my news from Asmongold. I haven't been on YouTube much today. Like I said, spent the day dealing with people. You know, I don't mean dealing with people, but talking with people outside, and then I had a 3-hour nap. I I said the other day I haven't slept this week because of all the bad weather and everything. Um, yeah, I quite like the idea of having this new EcoFlow though, that Joby's got. Ideally, I would have liked bigger, more storage, more power saved. That would be an ideal. But doubling up on power, having a second EcoFlow. I mean, there's redundancy there, isn't there? In case something goes wrong with this, I've had issues with it where it's turned off when I didn't want it to. So double storage, more flexibility. I wouldn't have to be as bothered about moving the EcoFlow backwards and forwards between where it charges through the day and on the bed. I could have one at either end of the tent, alternating. All sorts of options and possibilities. It's not mine yet. I haven't acquired it yet, but I'm considering it. If he's serious about offering it, just going to work out a price. How would you price something like that? It's €250 ordinarily. It's only a month old. It's got a little bit of damage. The USB-C port is iffy, but I can bypass that by putting a car, putting an adapter in the 12-volt port, the cigarette lighter port. Obviously not going to pay full price. Half seems underdoing it. I don't know how to price. I don't know what to offer. Advice: do I go about 2/3, 3/4 of the original price? Do I stick at half? I feel like I'd be doing him out of money there. If I went like €125 and he owes me a good chunk of that, it's like I'd be taking it off his hands for free. Almost. I don't know, folks. I don't know what to do there. Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you my private fucking affairs. You like feeding trolls? Not generally, but one person has replied after. See, I'm wondering. So 3 days ago, the YouTube app, the YouTube Studio app, told me that there was a comment, and it looked like it was a bit nasty. And then I clicked on it to go through to it, and it wasn't there. So I thought this person had typed something and deleted it, maybe had second thoughts. And then now I find that the comment's there and was made 3 days ago. And someone else has joined in with, oh, I agree. And what I did notice was that this account is only 2 months old. Does anybody remember there was a guy pretending to be a woman? He gave himself the name of a flower, and it's someone that I'd banned previously. He was a really frequent commenter, not in chat, but comments. So after he'd watch the streams the other day and fact check everything I said and point out. You remember the Egypt ejaculate forming the universe thing that I said, and oh, I was so wrong until I was right a couple of weeks later. Him, and then he said something really aggressive and nasty, so I just banned the fucker. And then I think it was him. He came back with a bloke with another name. It's a new account, and then he changed the name of the account to a woman's name, and I spotted it. Sometimes when you click through on someone and you look at their profile as the owner of a channel, it'll tell you past comments. So this lady, her past comments were this bloke's comments from a few weeks earlier. So I banned him again in the end. And I think this is a new account, only 2 months old. And yeah. I'm always suspicious of the new accounts. Right, so I think it's probably the same person. I thought about being snarky and saying something like, "Well, how much of the donation that you haven't sent do you want me to refund?" Someone who's never helped me in any way, and someone I've never heard of, an account that's never joined in chat or never left a comment before, suddenly gets all fucking aggressively nasty. Tina, what's going on? You're unsettled, darling. What's wrong? Are you too warm? If you're too warm, I'm guessing I'll take a couple of layers off. Yeah, I'll take a couple of layers off. Don't want the bed to look too untidy for the people. But here you go. If it's that, because you were under the covers for a while, weren't you? Settle down, sweetheart. Lay down and go back to sleep. Go sleep, please. Go sleep. You're going off the side. Go on then. You can go off the side of the bed. Put your head over there if you want. Yeah. Here we go. What's this? Are you caught on something? No, okay. I got you. Alright, sorry folks, distracted by dog. Dog is interrupt us. Friday night. What's that about? Feed the trolls. Friday night. Only an Englishman can criticise the English. It's all downhill from... Oh, okay, I've hit the beer now. It's all downhill from here. Ignore the comments, Mike. Leave them hanging like a bad smell. Eco minus tax 150. Well, I need a full sentence. I don't. They're 250, aren't they? EcoFlow River 3. 2/3, 3/4. Okay, this is suggestions for how much I should pay for the. Okay. Your life must be pretty boring if you have the time to watch 4 or 5 hour streams from a bloke in a field. Fact check the comments made and leave nasty comments. There'd be a whole. There would be. He would watch them back. I think it was called Rob. He would watch them back, and I would have 10 separate comments to follow up on and reply or yeah. Yeah. I mean, I watch me back. Don't get me wrong. My life must be pretty boring. I'm halfway through watching Friday night's one back, which I quite enjoyed. But I was making a few notes. I was going to do a timestamp thing but I jumped from topic to topic and back. There's 2 or 3 conversations going on at once, and there's something in here. Something just ruffled Tina's water bowl. Did you hear that, Tina? There's noises of the tent fabric moving, but something just went ting on a water bowl. It's possible that when she knocked it, she didn't knock it over. Possible it was like stood on something and it's just slid off. Maybe. Hopefully it's that, and I'm just being paranoid. Hopefully. What do you say, babe? Don't know, folks. The title of the stream. What, this one now? It's not, is it? I did copy and paste from somewhere just to set it up quickly. Or are you talking about the one with the I'm not sure whether you're talking about the one with the nasty comment or whether you're talking about this stream. And I've got to check whether I've called. Shut up. That's not what I clicked. What do? Go to my account, your channel, live. Oh shit, it does say Friday night, doesn't it? Can I edit that here? Apparently not. How would I go to edit that then? Do you want to edit the channel? Okay, this is why you said. This is why people said Friday earlier. Can I go in? Can I edit the current stream? I don't think I can. I haven't got the technology. I can't edit the stream, can I? How annoying. I copied and pasted. I had to throw it in quickly and set it up on the fly. Because the stream that I did create earlier it disappeared, it got blitzed. I don't know what happened. That's also not the right thumbnail. It's only showing 2 of the 4 boxes. What the fuck happened there? What a fuck up. I do apologise, folks. I've got some editing to do after we finish here, haven't I? I don't know. How weird. I haven't got a way to edit. I've watched other people in their live streams and they can edit things on the fly. So like I said, there's a thing called Live Studio. I just can't get to it because the studio app, the normal studio app, comes up when I try and enter anything complex like that. And the normal app is so basic. The YouTube Studio app is shit. It must almost be the weekend. That's where you said when you came in, and I didn't know what you were getting at. Okay. Can give 2 pages for my sources on low. I bet you can, mate. I don't know why I never receive any notifications for your streams. Well, this one, I created on the fly. Like I created it and didn't set a forward date or time. I just go live now. You've clicked the bell. It's set to always rather than customized or personal or whatever the other option is. I don't know. YouTubery. It's the YouTubery stuff. Generally, it's Friday and Sunday, 10 p.m. my time, Central European, 9 UK, and 6 p.m. No, 4 p.m. US Eastern. Work the rest out from there, folks. That's the general pattern. Tuesday occasionally. They're supposed to be random. I don't know how we've fallen into a pattern like this. I guess humans are creatures. We are creatures of pattern. It's always interesting to watch that at university. The same people would sit in the same seats. There's a lecture hall with like 2,000 seats, and the same people would sit in the same seats each time. We are creatures of habit. It's run by AI. Yeah, all hail the algorithm. Yeah. YouTube doesn't even rely so much nowadays on the subscribe thing. Isn't even a big part of the algorithm. If you watch a video to the end, you're going to get more by that person, or more on that topic. You don't even have to subscribe. They'll keep coming back. Oh, should do. What was the cookery one everyone recommended the other week? Something like Pete's Pans or something? A guy walking around France and Spain, knocking up local meals. I was bombarded with loads of him, and then he's got. I couldn't remember the name. I couldn't find it. He's not there. The videos aren't coming up. There must be like a huge back catalogue, and I'm getting nothing. I couldn't remember the name to search, but I think it's something like Pete's Pans or something. So yeah, the algorithm is. Are we sleepwalking into a dystopian future with AI though? I'm unsure on this because I see the benefits. I see the way that you can create thumbnails and the way that the images. I've told the tale about how I did a whole series of images based on Conan the Barbarian. I had Conan the Barber. She got a pair of scissors made out of two swords cutting hair. Um, uh, Conan the bar, and then it's a bear behind the bar in a pub. So Conan the bear, Ian. Lots of puns. Cannon. There was one. He's a bloke. He's on a horse, and he's got a cannon sticking out his head. Cannon the barbarian. All the silly puns, and AI is just there. It's all I was typing in and making these images. Any silly little pun. Will be locked out by AI eventually. Colossus the Forbin Project was the film, wasn't it? 1950s or 60s? Yeah, it's already been foretold. As it is written, so shall it be. What's the... In Greek mythology? Is it Greek mythology? The woman who can predict everything and she's cursed that no one will ever believe the predictions. Oh, it's close. Not Cassiopeia. That's not right. Oh, God. What's she called? Cassandra? Hold on, folks. You know me. I gotta educate myself in front of a live audience. Greek myth. What do you want to say? Fortune teller unbelieved? I don't know what predictions. No. I'm just going to type Cassandra. That's the name I'm going to go with. Cassandra predictions. I don't know what is that the right word? Predict future. Go on, we'll do that. Yeah, Cassandra, a Trojan princess and priestess of Apollo, was gifted the true foresight, but cursed by the god to never be believed. There you go. See, I was going to go with Cassiopeia, but I got Cassandra in the end. It's in there, folks. It's in there. It struggles to get out, but it's in there. She accurately predicted the Trojan War, the Trojan horse, and her own murder. Her ignored warnings often led to her being deemed mad. Apollo granted her the ability to see the future, sometimes via snakes licking her ears. What? But added a curse that her prophecies would never be trusted. They weren't very nice people, these Greek gods, were they? They weren't very nice people. I hate that AI completely ruins the PC market. All of the graphics processors and things, and the manufacturing's turning towards processors to help with AI, isn't it? So they're cutting back on making the chips that we normal everyday folks want to use in order to make what do they call that class of chips that do matrix mathematics more quickly. As a word, I'm not going to get the word. But yeah, it's a whole class of chips. So at the minute, they're grabbing because the graphics chips are the fastest of the everyday chips. But there's a special subset of chips specifically for AI, and all the fabs, the fabrication plants, are switching to no, not quantum. That's not where I was going. Quantum's kind of unproven and overly expensive and tricky. It's a word to do with. It's not scalar. Vector. No, it's not scalar or vector. But it's like that. Let's ask the AI, what's the name of the chips used for AI? I don't know how to construct that particular question. Chips specifically for AI. No, that's not how you spell. Remove the extraneous letters. GPUs, A6, NPUs. No, that's not what I was after. Graphics processors, that's not. Tensor, that's the word I was after. Tensor cores. Now optimized with tensor cores for AI training and inference. Why could I not remember the word tensor? Let's go back now. Now that we've got the answer that was after, let's ask it what tensor means. It's something to do with matrix maths and tensor meaning. A mathematical object analogous to, but more general than a vector. You see, I told you, I mentioned scalar and vector before, represented by an array of components. It's matrix maths, I know it is. An array of components that are functions of the coordinates of a space. Yeah, I was on the right line. I had the vector thing, but yeah, analogous to, but more general than a vector. Tensor. Now, you know, folks, it's in here. It struggles to get out. Let me have a drink while I'm prattling on. Wet mustache, and now it's dripping down. NPUs, that was just mentioned there, but I was after tensor. That's where I was going. But yeah, it's affecting everything. You can't buy graphics cards anymore. They're astronomically priced, and the supply, because it's supply and demand, isn't it? All the chips are getting bought up for other purposes. Companies are moving away from manufacturing graphics chips or graphics cards at all to divert to a more profitable, more lucrative market. Just selling to the what do you call them? The data centers. Affecting everything. The way resources are pouring into AI. It's like an intro to a Black Mirror episode. You see, you corrected. I interpolated it, and I got there without your correction. I've got on the fly correction going on in my head all the time. Mr. S is up way past his bedtime. He's gonna make a move now off to bed. Good night, my friend. Thank you for stopping by and joining in and keeping the conversation going with us. Enjoy your next dimension. Always do. Where are we? 3 hours 37. I will take us up to the 4-hour mark, folks, and then I might call it quits myself. Tina girl, what's going on? Why are we pushing backwards and sitting up at this time of night? What's going on? Hello. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, my little girl, my pretty little girl. Hey? What is it? What's wrong? What's wrong, sweetie? She won't settle. She had that little sleep earlier and now she won't settle. Yeah, babe. Hello. Are you going to come and cuddle and say hello to the peoples? No, you don't want to talk to the peoples. You don't want to cuddle either. What's going on? You always love a cuddle with your daddy. Come on. Lay down until you go sleep. No? You're still sitting up. Alright. After I finish talking with the peoples, I'll take you for another walkies, okay? We'll have a late night walkies. See if that settles you. And I'll put some more water in your bowl now that you've emptied it, in case that's what's wrong. Sorry, folks, I'm ignoring you. We're talking to the doggy. Night, Mr. S, says Andy. What are we going to talk about next, folks? Can't do this in Slavelandia. Can't do what? Sit and chat? Slavelandia. Took me a second to interpret it. I went to eat a yogurt earlier. I've got 2 of them here. I went to eat I can't find my spoon. I thought maybe I must have taken it outside and put it on the table, but no, my knife and fork are out there. But not my spoon. So a spoon is currently lost somewhere within the bed. Probably within the bed. And I can't find it. Might have fallen off any one of the 4 edges. Don't know. I do this all the time, folks. We've got the historic tale of the jacket potato that went missing for an hour and a half in bed. We had the light, my circular light with the fan in the middle, where I took the batteries out to charge them, and when I brought the batteries back, I couldn't find the fucking fan, the light. 3 weeks to find that thing down the side of the bed. I've currently got a set of batteries missing. Similarly, I'll put them down on the corner of the bed here, and then they fall into the middle, and then they work their way off somewhere or other. These rechargeable ones, the batteries with the USB slot. I do like them. They're very handy. To not need to plug a plug socket in for recharging batteries, just to plug them on the end of a USB wire. And then, because I've got a few of them, I've got a couple of these cables, USB-A at one side, 4 lots of USB-C at the other. Little octopus cables, they call them. Or we've got, like the one that's got the lamp at the minute, it's got, what's the Apple thing? Thunderbolt? Micro USB and USB-C at the end. So USB-A in the EcoFlow, and you've got 3 options on the other end. I watched a video by YouTuber Conspiracy Files the other day about Epstein. Highly recommend. It's a clone. The body is a clone. I'm sure of it. I don't know how sure of it I am. 25% maybe? 10, 20, 25? I think it's a clone. Or a body double. You got the stuff as well with Maxwell, whatever she's called. Giselle, I don't know, something like that. Ghislaine Maxwell. The pictures of her, the changing shape of the nose and the eyes. Then you got the Jim Carrey thing as well, haven't you? Similarly. You haven't settled yet, have you? What's going on, sweetheart? Talk to Daddy. Talk to me. Let me know what's wrong. Something's wrong. Okay. You're with friends. Talking to the peoples. Can I get a kiss? Kisses. Besitos. Puppy. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Okay. Forehead's better than the eyes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the cuddle kiss. I don't know what's wrong with you. Settle down there. Lay down. Be a good girl. Go sleep it. Don't know what's happening, folks. She's on edge. Oops. Sorry, I smacked the phone rather than scrolling. We don't know who we are. I'm yet to try those USB AA's. I've got double and I've got triple, and I swear by them. Now, the capacity is very small compared to a real AA battery. I think if I put real AA's, if I put this set of lights here, my fairy lights that are dangling down, if I put real AA's in here, I think they'll last about 2 weeks. They're on all night, like 8, 9, 10 hours a night, however long it is. From when it gets dark at like 7 through to 7 or 8 the next morning. So 12 or 13 hours. Proper batteries will last 2 weeks of nightly use. These will do 2, sometimes 3 days before they need a recharge. So it's drastically reduced capacity compared to a disposable battery. But the convenience, I get up in the morning, I attach them to the octopus cable, and I plug it into the EcoFlow, and an hour later we're all done. 3 batteries recharged in no time at all. I like to do it every day, even though the lights will do 3 days. As we've just seen, you can have power issues. I almost ran out of power the other day. So if I'd left it until they were run down and then had no power, I'd have a night with. Oh, you fucker! I'd have a night with no light, or without these lights anyway. By charging them every day, I make sure that I've got. I got you. I did. Did I not? I didn't. The fuck! I felt I got you. Mozzie, I've got a little fly buzzing around. But yeah, no, I charge them every day because that means that if there is an issue, I know that I've got 2 or 3 days leeway. You're just not settling, are you, sweetheart? I don't know what's wrong. I'm going to take you for a walk in half an hour or so, okay? I don't usually. We usually walk about 4 in the morning at the minute. I have to split the night up because she can't quite get through the night in the way she used to. But if I go out at like 2 o'clock with her, that's a little bit early. She's still got to go 6 hours until morning. Until I'm awake in the morning. Tina, settle down, darling. You've been a bit annoying now. You're kicking me and moving around all the time. Settle down. Go sheepish. Come on. Come on. Lay down. I don't know what the problem is, but it's got to stop. Lay down. Very good girl. Very good girl for Daddy. I don't know what's going on, folks, but yeah. No, those USB batteries, I like them. I accidentally bought. I thought I bought AA, but I just bought when I did the Temu shop. I had a Temu delivery. Temu. I had a Temu delivery 3 or 4 weeks ago now. This is still the only thing I've used out of the bag. Everything else is still in the bag that it arrived in. Even the socks, like I'm wearing socks with big holes in the heel and under the balls of the feet. The socks are falling apart. I've been wearing them ever since, even though there's 5 pairs of new socks in that bag. I'll get to them eventually. But yeah, no, I do like them. But I accidentally bought AAA instead of AA, and I don't have that much that uses AAAs. There's something here, I don't know what. I think I've got 8 of each type of battery, AA and AAA. And I've got no idea. I've got a couple of the AAAs here, but the rest are in something and I don't know what. I can't think what they're in, which is a bit weird. But I'm the king of losing things in here. Still haven't found my wire cutters. I've got my main solar panel, which is shattered, which is running at half power at the minute, and I've got my 2 little solar panels, which were the wires were twisted together and put. I attached the female end of a cigarette port, and so that I could charge the EcoFlow from that. But one of the panels, the wires have snapped off both the positive and the negative, so I need to trim that again, and do a bit of jiggery pokery just to reattach it. I don't know where my wire strippers are. I had a carrier bag, a shopping bag that had all my little bits and pieces in, and I've got everything else, but the wire strippers are not there. The pliers are there. Some bits of wire are there. Some of those little blade connectory things are there. But the wire strippers are not. And I don't know why not. It's weird. My ability to lose things within a tent is phenomenal. I could be an Olympian if it was a recognized event. I'd be the champion. The jacket potato one still haunts me. So for anyone who doesn't know the story, I made about 8 jacket potatoes in the slow cooker one time, and I didn't have a plate to hand, so I got a chopping board, and I put 2 or 3 potatoes on and a couple of roasted onions from the same batch, and I came through here and I as I'm getting into bed, a bit of a wobble and a couple of things fall off the chopping board. Hunted around, found one of the things. I think there was an onion and a potato. I found the onion, and I spent so long looking. I'm going to have to just get on and eat the rest while it's hot, while it's warm. Like an hour and a half later, before I found the potato, wrapped and in and under covers, and how do you drop something and have it get into the covers, like into the blankets? Haunts me to this fucking day. An hour and a half to find a dropped potato. I am the king at this shit. I am. What else? There's other stuff missing at the minute. One of those adapters that goes in the 12-volt socket in the cigarette port. It's here in the bedroom somewhere. It's a good job I had a backup. It's a good job I had a second one laying around. Can't find it. I've hunted for this thing. Has to be here, but it's not. So when I eventually empty this tent to put the next one up, it'll be one of the last things I find. Things emerge once you're emptying the thing. I found last time. I got a little torch with a wind-up handle that Karen got me ages ago. That was missing for 6 months before I found it. Oh, I told you a few weeks ago that I had a power bank that had a swollen cell. It's not swollen anymore, and it didn't burst into flames. It's leaked, it's off-gassed. I haven't tried using it again since. I don't know whether it would be a good idea or not. Maybe some of you technical guys can tell me. So if it's popped naturally of its own and off-gassed and let everything out, is it safe to use again now? If I can find the hole where the gas came out and I don't know, duct tape it or something, are we good to go, or would that be dangerous? Technical family, help me. Give a guy a clue. Is my chat frozen or have I lost you all? I'm going to go none and then back to live chat. No, last comment is still I'm yet to use those USB AA's. That was Andy's computer tube. Advice: would you use a power bank where the cells popped and off-gassed? Sounds dodgy to me. Sounds risky. But sometimes I'm a risky kind of bloke. You're still not settling, are you? I'll take you for a walk soon, okay? Soon. Quarter of an hour, maybe. Half an hour. Something like that. Settle down, sweetie. Be okay. You got me worried. You're worried. What's going on? What's up? What's up, pup? All right, folks. I'm definitely going to have to call it quits on the 4-hour mark. Was a minute or two after the 4 hours. I got a feeling that she needs to go outside, maybe. But I want to make it to the 4 hours so that anyone who joins, late, can watch the replay with live chat replay or whatever it's called. The threshold seems to be 4 hours, so I'll. What are we? 6 hours, 6 minutes away. I'll give it another 2 or 3 minutes to make sure. So we've got just under 10 minutes, 9 or 10 minutes remaining. See how we go from there, folks. Hey, and It's not enough time to finish this can. Cheers. I'm running out of conversation though, folks. What we got here? Happened to me. I was moving a boxing hall and I heard something drop on the floor. Went back and the bunch of keys I put aside was on the floor in the middle. Moved itself. Andy says don't use it again. I know it'd be a risk, but yeah, probably best not to. I have got one other. It's not here, is it? I've got the one other little power bank, which was a lifesaver when I didn't have enough power the other week. Last week, this week. Well, the week just gone, the 7 days. It was last Sunday, wasn't it? I was doing the live stream, and the EcoFlow was down 30%, and people were saying, "Go, don't hang around, and don't use all your power." And it was the Monday night where I had to use I had to listen to audiobooks with the screen off. I didn't have any. Disconnect, reconnect. You are now live. Thank you. I was just saying it was last Monday that I had to turn the screen off and listen to audiobooks. And the only audiobooks that were on there was Miss Marple. I got loads on the external hard drive. I just didn't want to plug the external hard drive in and burn through more power spinning that up. It is a spinny one. It's an old. It's not an SSD. Yeah, spinning iron oxide, isn't it? So I was stuck just listening to Miss Marple stories for the night. I gotta have something on. I can't just lie here in the dark, in the quiet. I gotta have a video or some audio. I can hear your stomach. You need to go out, don't you? Bear with us, darling. Bear with us. Her stomach's gurgling. I think this is what why she's not settling. So Keith, you're saying that you've got a poltergeist or something? You put aside keys that you put aside were on the floor, moved itself. Oh, an itchy ear. Okay, folks, I'm struggling for topics. Talk to me. We've got maybe 3 minutes plus a couple just to make sure that we get over the 4 hour mark. Keep mixing up my hours and my minutes, don't I, when I'm talking? Is that your stomach or mine? That was mine. I'm sure the other one was you. Yeah, I'm fairly sure she needs to go outside, so I will take her as soon as we're done here, folks. I'm not going to go on and do a 5th hour or a 6th hour, not when she's not settling. I'll have to take care of her. Yeah, that's definitely you. Yeah, okay. You're letting me know that you need a walkies. We go in 5 minutes, darling. Just give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutos. And we'll go and take care of that. I can hear it. Mine as well, actually. My stomach's gurgling. What have I eaten today? Have I eaten today? Cheese, the cheese tray, the cheese circle. I didn't have any crackers or anything with it though. I just grabbed out of these bags that people have brought me, bags of food. Always appreciated. They're probably not watching, but thank you very much to Mark's family and to my friend Adela for the donations of food this week. All helps. It all helps. I got movement again. I don't know. I think I'm becoming paranoid listening for biddies and mice and things. I get it. No, missed again. All right, folks. We're going to wrap it up shortly. Final messages. Hold on. Don't use that. I've always got some video or music playing. Yeah. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts at night. Um, Once upon a time, I had an iPod Touch, which was just like an iPhone but without the phone. The only thing missing was the ability to make calls. At that time, what year would that be? I'm gonna go 2010. I loved it. I once spent 11 hours. We were delayed 11 hours in the airport one time, and I was the only person that was enjoying myself. All the glum faces around while we're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm there. I was watching Joshua Topolsky. God, there's a name from history. What were they called? This was before The Verge launched. Joshua Topolsky, Neil Patel, and that other guy, Neil, someone or other. They were, wasn't the Engadget podcast? Was it Engadget? It might have been Engadget. If that was owned by AOL. They all walked out together and started their own podcast after. Initially they called it This Is My Next, while they came up with a new name, and that became The Verge. Whatever happened to Joshua Topolsky? I haven't heard that name in years. I don't know how I got there. We've both got stomachs rumbling like Billio, and I don't know why. We both ate the same cheese. Maybe? I hope it was all right. Joe Rogan. Hold on. What have I got? Okay, yeah, that was Andy as well. I used to enjoy Rogan's podcast, but he's got boring. Has it changed or have we changed? That's always a good question for stuff like that. Sitting down knowing that you're going to be listening to 3 hours minimum. It's a difficult time commitment. Says the guy who's just on a 4 hour video, 4 hour live stream. But yeah, no, it's sitting down to a 3 hour thing. That's not you, is it? Movement, folks, movement. I'm getting paranoid, I think. Okay, we are on 4 hours 2 minutes. We're gonna draw a line under it here. We shall in a moment leave in the manner to which we've become accustomed, especially now that she's sat up and awake. So I will say cheers. Final messages if you've got a second just to say your goodbyes or whatever if you're here still. There aren't many. People have taken the opportunity to drop out before we end anyway. Thumbs up on the way out if you haven't already, folks. Like the video if you liked the video, as Disparu would say. Subscribe, consider it if you haven't already. Why not? It's free, as Trevor Colt would say. And I will say cheers. And then give it a second, and we will finish in the manner to which I've become accustomed. Let's have a look. Can you see her without the light? Probably, but I'll put the light on anyway. Hello, babe. I know you don't like the light. Just trying to say goodbye to the peoples, Tina. Look this way. There we go. There we go. So, guys, catch you later, Andy. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. I missed.